is the Hank Franks Memorial Canadian Young Drivers of Canada Canadian Vintage Modified opening night.
Of course, the Canadian Vintage Modifieds joined us a couple of times in 2020 here on G-Force TV, and they'll be the first cars to hit the racetrack. Still a few damp spots here and there, but overall the track dried up very nicely, very quickly, and I think we're going to see a great racing surface here this evening, and a good field of cars once again from the Canadian Vintage Modifieds. And just the sound alone, if this has to be the first division you hear in 2021, this is a good one to pick.
You know, there's always a great selection of cars, quite a bit of variety out there. And opening night, they're all pretty. They don't always stay that way, but they generally roll onto the track that way, Greg.
Drivers out there putting some heat into the tires and getting ready for our first race of the 2021 season. Again, my name is Greg Kellman with Adam Ross, joining us trackside and in the pit area as always, Clinton Jeffrey. Glad you could join us here this evening on YouTube and on Facebook. This year you will be able to watch the complete races on Facebook, so make sure you're liking, sharing, and getting eyeballs on these events. We appreciate all the support we had in 2020. I want to thank the folks from Thompson Photography who have joined the team, and there you see their drone shots circling here at Flamboro. Great shots.
Let's introduce you to the starting lineup for the Canadian Vintage Modified event. On the pole out of Brampton in the number 46. That is Mike Klotz behind the wheel of the 46 machine. Outside of row number 1 from Kitchener, the Oakville Trailers number 8 of Ricky Williger. Row number 2 on the inside in the 42. He's out of Cambridge. The Young Drivers Orangeville. Superman Maintenance number 42 is Steve Murdoch. And on the outside of row number 2, the club president in a brand new race car, and a funky look to this one for the number 19 out of Kitchener. That is John Carley in the Georgetown Printing number 19. And the more things change, the more they often stay the same, Greg. Mike Pod out of Burlington in that number 5 machine. That is the same color scheme. That's the same number that he's run for decades in the club. The Grisdale Racing Products number 5 is Mike Pod. Behind the wheel of the 18, they've done a lot of work on this race car, done a lot of testing this spring. He's out of New Hamburg in the Young Drivers of Canada Oakville Trailers number 18, it's Jared Morphy. Driver the number 30 from Kitchener, the Valvoline Canada Tibar Services number 30, it's Dale Lucas. The 17 is out of Beamsville, the Inland Truck and Trailer Jason Enterprises number 17, it's Joe Arsenault. Next in line, driver the number 15, he's out of Westover. TJ Marshall behind the wheel of the number 15, the Sweers Custom Painting entry. The 7 is out of Cambridge, the Young Drivers Orangeville number 7 is Quinton Murdoch. And then rounding out the field, he made an appearance or two last season, but this is the first time he's had his own name on the top of the race car from Cambridge, Ontario, the number 44 Burger Barn Petro Plus entry. That is Connor Ross. That's your starting grid. Some problems from the looks of it on the 24 of Rodney Rutherford. He was chasing some gremlins earlier today. I thought he had said he got them under control, but obviously still a problem on Rodney Rutherford.
And he'll pull it into the pit area that time by the entry gate off of corner number 2. So Rutherford not looking like he is going to be able to make the start for this one as the field circulates behind the Bennett's GMC Pace truck. And that's always the frustrating thing. You've had all these months to prepare, and yet you get to the racetrack and you're chasing gremlins that you think you've got. And I know, Connor, your son Adam has been chasing the same thing on that number 44 car as well. And it can get in your head.
You know, it really can, especially we were out here to test last week. We were happy with how the car was. There were some issues happened to the race car, which happens when you come to the racetrack. In the shop through the week, we did some work on the car, we corrected the issue, and then you show up at the racetrack and find that that issue is still there. So nagging problems. Looks like Rodney Rutherford in the 24 True North sponsored machine is back on the gate to come on the racetrack, so it looks like he is going to come out for the green flag. And in one lap time, Greg, we are going racing to kick off the 2021 season. One to watch, I'll tell you right now, that number 15, TJ Marshall, he is always one of the fastest on the racetrack. I'm not sure why he's back there in the 8th spot. I thought they were lining up by virtue of their practice times. I thought he was the fastest car on the track.
Well, we'll find out who is indeed the fastest car on the track here in a few laps as we get ready for the first green flag of the season. We're underway here at Flamboro as Klotz will lead them down into corner number 1.
Mikey Klotz on the inside. He gets the run out of turn number 2. He'll take the lead down the back straightaway. Williger trying to fend off Murdoch in the 42 for second. And then it's veteran Mike Pott on the outside in that number 5. He'll take the 3rd position at the completion of lap 1.
Down through corner 1 they go. They go single file except for the double file run there with Jared Morphy back in that 4th position. Make that the 5th spot right now as they head into corner number 3. Coming down to complete lap number 2.
Jared Morphy, another car in that number 18 with a lot of speed in it here this spring. Big thank you to Young Drivers of Canada, heavily involved in this stream here tonight. We're thrilled to have them on board. We appreciate their support. As Mike Pott looks to the inside of Williger, he gets the doors shut between 3 and 4.
Fortunately, Rodney Rutherford still with problems in that True North 24. He pulls off into the pit area another time as the battle for the lead shapes up down the backstretch.
Williger to the inside of Klotz. Klotz drives deeper into the corner. Mike Pott smokes the left front brake, but Williger to the lead.
He's got it at the stripe as now down to the inside comes Pott in the number 5. Oh, locks it up into the first corner. Klotz shuffled up the banking, and now to the inside comes Steve Murdoch.
Open wheel race cars, you don't normally see a lot of contact side to side, but the Canadian Vintage Modifieds, there's a history of hard racing. If you want to be successful in this class, you got to get up on the wheel and you got to drive it hard. That's exactly what Mike Pott did as he made a pass there. Whoa, problem for Murdoch in the 42.
He was up there in that 3rd spot, now shuffled back into about the 9th position as the top 2 drivers have broken away, and then the battle continues on as, we got one into the wall hard. Connor Ross, the right front, crumpled up on that Burger Barn number 44.
Yeah, locked up the wheels going down into turn number 3, and I see John Carley in the 19. Spins that car around, so Connor Ross, he's hit the wall in turn 1. He did that last year, and now he's hit the wall in turn number 3 as the car comes to rest. You can see him starting to get the safety gear off. His night will be done.
So a quick end to Connor's night with 24 laps left to go here for the Canadian Vintage Modifieds. And it was fast and frenzy at all ends of the racetrack there. The good battle up at the front and then the battle from 3rd on back. And then we saw the action there with Connor Ross getting into the wall. And you could see there was still problems on that car when he was going through the corners. I watched through 1 and 2, especially the rear end. Just looked like some still issues on that 44 car. Wow.
That is ugly. Straight front axle in these cars, you hit the right, when you get into the wall like that, it just peels the right side wheel back into the frame. A little bit of conversation going on there with Connor and the safety workers.
Rick Williger leads the way over Mike Pott. And Joe Arsenault there in the 3rd spot. TJ Marshall up to the 4th position. Jared Morphy hanging in position number 5. And our front row starter Mike Klotz now finding himself back in the 6th spot.
Yeah, Klotz slid backwards. So Williger got a feature win last season. Did a great job out front. But he didn't have Mike Pott, Joe Arsenault, and TJ Marshall and Jared Morphy applying the pressure. Morphy was up towards the front of that run. Mike Pott is super aggressive. So is the 15 at TJ Marshall. So this is going to be a bit of a different experience for Williger in that number 8. We'll see if he's able to withstand the pressure of the veterans in his rearview mirror. So we'll have a look at Connor Ross getting towed off the racetrack.
Bright sunshine here this evening now. After all afternoon we were under overcast skies and then the rain showers that came through. It's a beautiful night.
Something just came to rest just past start finish line. Boy, oh boy.
That'll be a busy week in the shop.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we should be getting close to getting back to racing here. Field beginning to bunch back up, and they may get the one to go signal this time around. Yes, they will. Field stacked back up, ready to go. Next time around, back to the green flag with 24 laps remaining.
So Williger down low, Pod on the outside. Joe Arsenault in that red number 17. TJ Marshall in that beautiful number 15 machine. Then you've got Jared Morphy in the 18. Alongside him, Mike Klotz. Off of turn number 4, back under green flag in this vintage modified feature event.
Here comes Pod on the outside. Williger, I don't think, got the start that he wanted. The rear end kind of stepped out a little bit off of corner number 4. Gave Pod the run, and now he'll lead them into corner 3. Locks up the front end.
He is really driving deep under braking down into the corner. And Mike Pod opening up some gap over TJ Marshall, who's worked his way up to second spot after that restart. Williger has fallen back to third with Joe Arsenault in the 4th spot in the 17.
Remember, Marshall started back in that 8th spot. And if memory serves me, in one of the 2 events we saw him in last year, he had a similar situation, had to start in the back and marched his way to the front. Here he is challenging in that 2nd position.
Right in the tire tracks of Mike Pod in that number 5, and I mean right in the tire tracks. Pod makes his entry a little bit earlier down into the corner, a little bit earlier than does Marshall. Marshall, a former go-kart racer, and you can see that in the line he runs. He stays out to the wall as late as he can and then really carves that car down into the turn.
Good pressure put on by Marshall. He's right there on the rear bumper as they come off the 2nd corner down the backstretch. Marshall ducks down to the inside at corner 3.
And Marshall doesn't mind. That front bumper is a great indicator to the car in front of you. Look, you better keep up this speed. Don't make a mistake. I'm right here. TJ Marshall not shy to apply that front bumper as Mike Pod gets really loose up out of turn 2. Marshall crosses him over to the inside. They'll race side by side through 3 and 4.
Here comes Marshall on the bottom as they drag race to the stripe. I think Marshall led that lap. Yes, he does, as he'll get by Pod. Here comes Williger. Thought he had an opening on the bottom. He'll slip back into the 3rd spot.
Top 3 have pulled away just a little bit from Joey Arsenault back in the 4th spot. He's got Jared Morphy right behind him. Mike Klotz, after falling back early, seems to have picked up the pace there a little bit as we've got trouble in turn number 2, and that's the 7 of Quentin Murdoch.
So that will put us under the 2nd caution of the evening, as Quentin Murdoch will take that one through the infield, back out onto the racetrack. Simple spin up here in corner number 1 puts us under the caution with 17 laps left to go for the young drivers of Canada, Canadian Vintage Modifieds.
Pace truck trying to wedge himself between the slower car of Murdoch that brought out that caution in your race leaders. Looks like Murdoch going to take that 7 machine to the pits. And they pit here at Flamboro way back off the end of turn number 2. But as I see it, they're pulling up towards the left. So he obviously doesn't go back to where their pit stall is, which is way back out of the way. That's a little more convenient where they are.
Back to the green flag, 17 laps left to go, and TJ Marshall gets a good start there, gets out in front of Pod down into corner number 1, and it's side by side for the 3rd spot. Williger on the bottom keeps Arsenault at bay, and now Morphy works down to the inside of the 17 of Arsenault.
That was an interesting start there. TJ Marshall to the green, and he slides right up to the outside lane. Not something you normally see, and I'm watching Pod try to chase him down. I don't think Mike Pod is very happy about that. Whoa!
Oh, wow.
Wow, that was almost insult to injury as that right rear almost landed on top of Dale Lucas's car. Let's see if Mike Pod pulls up alongside TJ Marshall. Just knowing what I saw, Marshall comes off of turn number 4 and straight up to the wall, where if you get a good run, go ahead and do that. By rule, you're supposed to stay in your lane until the start-finish line. If I'm a crotchety old race car driver and I'm on the outside and I just got dusted on the restart, don't pull up into my lane. That's insult to injury, son.
So the tow truck there for Lucas in the 30. Puts us back into the caution for the third time. Now with 16 laps remaining, 14 in the books here for the Young Drivers of Canada Canadian Vintage Modifieds. The tire made it about a third of the way down the back stretch. I shouldn't just say the tire, the wheel. It got up in the air quite a distance.
Well, they definitely will. Whenever there's a significant impact into the wall or a big blown motor, you always see a big crowd around the car. I was just looking into the pits at Connor Ross. It's like a swarm of bees that they all went and looked there. Now they've all taken off because they're going to get ready to go visit the 30 machine when it gets back to the pits. Clinton Jeffrey is on the scene. Clint, what do you have?
Well, guys, if you can see right here, the axle's broken off, so it's cut clean off there. That meant the hub and everything has left, but when that car sheared off, that's pretty much the end of it for Dale Lucas here. You can see that would be the end of his night. Tough break for Dale Lucas.
Now, Clint, if you get a chance to talk to Dale, ask him how the power steering worked. The Canadian Vintage Modified's always been a club that runs rack and pinion steering, but you are allowed different variations of power steering. So I know Dale Lucas was just messing around with electric power steering in that race car.
Well, it's going to be a battle of attrition, as we've had a number of cars forced off the racetrack here in the first half of this one.
Just about to the halfway point of this race, TJ Marshall is our race leader. Looking at his best time versus Mike Pod's best time, Pod is a little bit quicker according to the stopwatch, and we'll see what he decides to do on this particular restart.
So the white flag will come out next time around. We'll go back to green flag racing. As right now it's TJ Marshall and Mike Pod up on that front row. We'll see how this restart goes.
I have a feeling you're going to see Mike Pod a little more assertive. Even as I look there, TJ Marshall keeping those left side tires on the seam of the racetrack. If you're the car on the outside, you normally want to keep the inside car even lower than that. So let's see how they size up here, Greg, coming to this restart.
Off of corner 4 they go, and once again TJ Marshall gets a good jump. Pod on the outside. Marshall stays tucked down low, and a much better restart there for Pod, but now Morphy's going to squeeze it in there.
Nice move by Jared Morphy. Aggressive move to the inside. Mike Pod's got to be thinking, that was a great restart. How did I lose a spot?
That's the tricky part of the outside line, and Jared Morphy makes that bottom work for him, and now trying to track down leader TJ Marshall. So put Pod back to the third spot. Williger running in fourth, and Arsenault running in the fifth position.
The Young Drivers of Canada, number 18 of Jared Morphy. Looking to close in on the Sweers Custom Painting, number 15 of TJ Marshall. He might have overdriven turn 1 and 2. They're just a little bit much slid up the racetrack.
TJ Marshall across the stripe this time by. It'll be 13 laps left to go in this one. 17 into the record books. Morphy battling a bit of a loose race car, I think, down in the corner there as he slides it through corner number 2. Pod's right there on his back bumper.
Pod is driving the wheels off that thing. He just needs the brakes to agree with him a little bit more. But driving that thing as hard as he can down in the corner. A little bit of puff of smoke off the left front brake. But TJ Marshall, he likes what he sees. That's the car's getting smaller and smaller in his rear view mirror.
Yeah, he's been able to stretch the distance this time on this restart. TJ Marshall, so far every time we've seen him here on G-Force TV, he's a threat in this division and came from 8th here this afternoon to work his way to the front, and now on cruise control out in front as the battle continues on behind him between Morphy and Pod, and then it's Williger and Arsenault behind them.
Great battle for the second spot as Mike Pod drives to the inside of Jared Morphy off of turn number 2. Side by side down the backstretch, Pod into 3. A little bit of a push there in the 5. Sends them both up the racetrack. That allows Williger to close in.
Back down in corner number 1. Oh, Jared Morphy trying to get there to the back bumper. He almost got him.
Wow, Joe Arsenault just about caught the wall off of turn number 2. He's driving that thing for all it's worth as well. Oh! The front end broke on that Williger number 8, I'm almost certain. I hope we can get a replay, because did you see the front wheels as he came out of the corner? That might have been the perfect shot into the wall, Greg. If he hit the wall directly head on, front bumpers, in comparison to a corner of a race car, a front bumper is cheap. So if he hit that square with the front end, smash the front bumper on it, hopefully.
That was a very quick turn to the right as he came off the corner there. Good job by Joe Arsenault to get away from that incident as well. Clinton Jeffries down on the scene there on the front stretch.
Clinton kind of assessing things. We can see him talking on the two-way radio with the production trailer, giving some direction to the camera operator. Clinton is an all-access, hands-on kind of a conductor down there. Clinton, take it away. Let us know what's going on.
Well, thanks, guys, but as you can see, heavy front end with the front stretch wall here. Tie rod's gone, so both wheels are turned the wrong way, and that's going to be the problem here for Ricky Williger. But as you can see, everything's pushed in. The rad's still in place. The rack looks decent, but the tie rods are definitely gone here in the car. No steering on the number 8.
I'm not sure if we'll get a replay of that or not, Greg, but I think the tie rod broke to cause that accident. And as I say, the bumper's destroyed, but the rad's still, the things that cost money, the rad, the rack and pinion steering, front bumpers can be fixed.
Tell you what, sometimes you do know what you're talking about.
Now and then.
When they put the camera on the front end of that car, I thought, wow. Adam knows what he's talking about.
Sometimes. I've seen a lot of things. I'll tell you, of all the things that I have seen in racing, let's take a look at this replay. Look at the front wheels on.
Just missed it.
Do we have a shot? Our speed shot might down the front straightaway.
To me, it looked like Jared Morphy slowed up a bit coming off of corner number 4, and Williger got into him, and I think the contact on that front end broke the tie rod, like you said, because then that's when the car pitched violently to the right. That was a very quick right-hander.
Yeah, it twitches one way real quick, then the other way, because both front tires are disagreeing on which way they want to go. Oh. Told you front bumpers were cheap. Okay.
That's how you pull a tooth.
Yeah.
So they'll find another solid point of contact and hook up to the Williger number 8.
I'm a little curious what they will find. It's probably this would be a good time to use the flatbed. Because now, so when you hook up to a front bumper, the crew's disappointed that they've crashed, but you tow the car in, bummer. you hook up to an integral part of the suspension and drag it in, and the car gets as much damage coming off the track. And it sounds like I'm being cynical, but it happens quite a bit.
Well, get his car back up.
So many thanks while we have the opportunity. Young Drivers of Canada, Stage It With Style, Caldecott Millwright Services for being involved in this Grisdale Triple Crown event. Same with London Recreational Racing. Mike Schmidt, always one of the first to step up in line and offer his support. So we're going to try to have one more look. So look at the front tires on the 18. Yes, there contact there. And I was wrong. You were right. He touched the 18. I thought the front end had broken. I've seen multiple drivers break their wrists on just that kind of impact with an open wheel car.
Then there were 7.
And then there were 7. Thankfully, young Quentin Murdoch and the 7 machine made it back onto the racetrack to make it 7 instead of 6.
8 laps left to go in this one for the Young Drivers of Canada Canadian Vintage Modified Feature event. Green flag about to come back out. Mike Pod back on that outside for this restart. How will it play out? Here we go.
He's going to send it.
Oh, Jared Morphy right to the inside. Of course, they had a little oopsie down in corner number 3 on that last green flag run.
Mike Pod pinches him down on the racetrack, forces Jared down onto the apron a little bit, and Pod takes that second spot. Now Joe Arsenault in the 17 machine going to make a move. Joe Arsenault is in the process of building some race cars. There will be 4 cars on the racetrack built by Joe Arsenault within the next year or so. Excellent fabricator.
Top 2 have once again broken away. It is TJ Marshall out in front over Mike Pod, then a gap back to Jared Morphy in the 3rd position. Arsenault runs in 4th, and Mike Klotz has worked his way back to the top 5.
Mike Pod holding that 2 car lengths or so behind the 15 to TJ Marshall. He was a little bit quicker the last lap by. As they work their way under the start-finish line, it'll be 4 laps to go. 26 laps in the books, 4 laps to go. And look, see the right front on Mike Pod? The tire just folds under the wheel as it drives it down into the turn.
TJ Marshall looks smooth and steady out in front. Doesn't look like he's over-driving the car by any means. He's well under control. That car plants very well in the corner, works off the corner very well, and he begins to pull away now ever so slightly from Mike Pod. This time by, it'll be 2 laps left to go.
As I watch Mike, he is really able to hold a steadier line around the seam of the racetrack. I'm not saying he's faster than TJ Marshall, but now TJ that time kept the left front right on the seam. So did Mike Pod in the number 5 as they work down the back straightaway. It'll be white flag this time.
Final time around for TJ Marshall. Started in the 8th position and worked his way to the front very quickly. Out in front over Mike Pod and Jared Morphy, who's closed the gap on 2nd place.
Jared Morphy running on adrenaline right now. He would love to get back at Mike Pod in that number 5, but the checkered flag in the air, the first checkered flag of the season, the Hank Franks Memorial. To TJ Marshall in the 15, Mike Pod 2nd in the number 5, then Jared Morphy in the 18, Joe Arsenault in the 17, and Mike Klotz in the 46.
Steve Murdoch will get the 6th spot. 7th will go to the 7 of Quentin Murdoch. Then it's Rick Williger in the 8. Dale Lucas finishes in the 9th spot. John Carley 10th. Connor Ross 11th. And Rodney Rutherford, who had to pull off on the first lap, completes the 12-car field. So we'll head down to Victory Lane. Clinton Jeffrey will pick up the top 3 and talk to them down in Flamboro Speedway Victory Lane. What has turned out to be a very beautiful evening here at Flamboro Speedway.
If you don't like the weather here, just wait 5 minutes.
TJ Marshall parks it down in Victory Lane, started in 8th, worked his way to the front, and picks up the victory here on G-Force TV at Flamboro Speedway. He'll unbuckle down there. You see Dave Franks down there getting the trophy on the hood of the car. And here comes Clinton Jeffrey and crew into victory lane to talk to TJ Marshall, Mike Pod, and Jared Morphy, all top 3 down there. We'll set it down to victory lane. Clinton Jeffrey with the top 3.
Well, thanks, guys. TJ Marshall, no stranger, here to victory lane at Flamboro Speedway. Will work his way out for the first checkered flag of the 2021 racing season. He wins the season opener here. He'll take a moment and get out of the number 15 car. You can see all the gorgeous feature win stickers. This car has been here many, many times over the years. He gets the ball cap on and he'll jump out and have a word with us. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen, TJ Marshall. TJ, let's talk about your drive today. Another big win here. It's the Hank Frank season opener. This has got to be a good one for you guys.
Yeah, I'm looking at the trophy. This is 4 years in a row that my name's on here, so that's always a good feeling. Thanks to Dave Franks, he's always been great to the local racing in Ontario. So got to thank him, thank my crew, thank all of the Flamboro Speedway staff for putting the show on. Battling through the conditions, it wasn't always the best, but we made it work.
How's it feel to be back in victory lane and kick the racing season off?
Always feels good. Those guys are pretty good. We didn't make our life easy on ourselves. Transponder didn't work in practice. Then qualifying got rained out, so we had to start at the back. But is what it is, right?
There you go. We'll get Dave Franks in to give you the trophy. Congratulations to TJ Marshall. We'll move over here and get a talk with Mike Pod. Well, we got Mike Pod here. Mike, second place run to start the season. That's not bad for you. You got to be pretty happy. At least we're at the racetrack and the sun is shining where it wasn't an hour ago.
Yeah, very great to get out on the track. Great to be running. Great to be back at Flamboro.
So who do you want to thank for today's run? This is a pretty good run for you.
I want to thank Flamboro Speedway for hosting the event, Young Drivers of Canada for sponsoring the club, and of course my pit crew guys Sean and Ian for all their support.
All right, awesome. There's Mike Pod. We'll get over here and talk to Jared Morphy. Jared, what a good run for you. You got behind, helped us get this show on the road, which is awesome. But always a good run for you. You looked a little bit loose out there. What happened at the end of the race here, Jared?
Yeah, we were fighting it most of the day. We threw a couple things at it. It wasn't perfect. I think I might have knocked the toe out halfway through, and we fought it the rest of the time. So managed with a podium. We can't ask for much more than that.
Well, we're back at the track. That's got to feel good too.
It is.
There you have it, Jared Morphy. He'll finish third here. That's your top 3. TJ Marshall, Mike Pod, and Jared Morphy, guys.
I think everyone's just happy to be at the racetrack tonight. Top 3 down there, and obviously Jared Morphy fighting with that race car in the second half of the race, but he's been a huge supporter of our broadcasts here and bringing these races to Flamboro Speedway, as well as being involved with the Canadian Vintage Modified. So I want to thank him, and congratulations to our top 3 here tonight.
Yeah, it was a good race. It was a hard-fought race, and that's all you can ask for, Greg, is come out and put on a show and do the best you can. Before we get to the next race, let's go to commercial break, and we'll come back with the next feature heading on to the racetrack.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave Chicken Wings. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they are made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough.
Take a left. Yeah. Right, and I was like, dude, you're gonna get us lost, You're like, let's do it.
I've got this.
1.3 million graduates have learned to safely avoid head-on collisions. Visit YD.com now to sign up for a young driver's course near you.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Wick perfected fire. Quick Wick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Wick retailer at quickwick.com.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
When you think about it, productivity starts at planting. So it's time to rethink how productive your planter can be. We did with the new Case IH 2000 Series Early Riser Planter. We rethought your row unit so it's tougher, more accurate. We rethought your meter, took the most precise technology, factory installed it. We rethought every inch of the Case IH Early Riser Planter to make it the most productive planter around. And if you think about it, that's exactly what you want.
Welcome back, Flamboro Speedway here on GeForce TV for the 2021 season opener, and we're ready for some super stock racing as their feature rolls out onto the Speedway. Second feature of the evening, 5 in total here tonight. Greg Kellman in the tower along with Adam Ross down trackside, Clinton Jeffrey.
Some good-looking cars out here on the racetrack. Some familiar paint schemes. Let's go through this starting grid. The grids were lined up by practice speeds. So because they wanted to keep things rolling fairly quickly, they cut out time trials. They'll line them up by practice speeds, and this is how they sorted out. On the pole in the 27C out of Freelton, the ATEL Communications Shaw Motorsport 27C, that's Steve Cashmore. On the outside of row number 1, from Cambridge in the 72, Bunzel Safety sponsored, beautiful white looking race car, Randy Rusnell behind the wheel of the 72. Row 2 on the inside from Cambridge, the London Recreational Racing Gray Bar sponsored number 13. This is Brad Collison. And on the outside of row number 2, from North Bay, driving the Humberview Parts, Patsugui Trucking number 29 is Paul Pepper. Here's a name you might be familiar with. He'll start in the 5th spot out of Grimsby, Ontario, the number 12 Ace Services sponsored Super Stock. It is Ryden Lapsevich, the 3rd Lapsevich brother, going to do some racing here this summer. He'll be one to watch. Remato Group Construction. The number 17 Wayfreight sponsored entry, that is Garrett Teemersma in the 17. Next row back on the inside. I believe that's the 31 of Kevin Gallant, if I'm not mistaken, Greg.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe you are correct. As we come to the green flag, we'll get the full running lineup here. Austin Penny back there in the 97. David Rockwood in the 90. Jennifer Hatch in the 17.
And the 46 is the only one that I missed out there as we were off to the races. Steve Cashmore out in front. Brad Collison squirts through to the 2nd spot. Russell going to settle into 3rd. Then is Paul Pepper. And Teemersma rounding out the top 5.
Cashmore leading them down into corner number 3. Collison in tow as they work off of corner number 4. Cashmore across the stripe will complete this 2nd lap. Collison right in the tire tracks as they work it off the 2nd corner. Russell holding down that 3rd position. Here comes Paul Pepper. Got a good run and launch down the backstretch. 3rd, 4th, and 5th all nose to tail right now to gap back to Ryden Lapsevich.
Down the back straightaway, Brad Collison. He's got as many laps of this racetrack as anybody. As Paul Pepper to the inside of Randy Russell. That's a battle for 3rd down in 3 and 4.
Pepper down to the inside. He'll slip now up in front of Rusnell. Teemersma will come to the inside of Rusnell as well and take that 4th spot away. So it's Pepper and Teamersma third and fourth, and now here comes Lapsevich to the inside of the Russell 72.
Lapsevich, I'll tell you, if you enjoyed watching Caden Lapsevich and Trayton Lapsevich race, I can't tell you about the skill level of riding Lapsevich because that's still developing, but I can tell you he is just a charismatic young man. He is a firecracker, and he's a lot of fun to be around.
He got sideways there off of corner 4, but keeps the foot in it. And now contact between Gallant and Russell down into corner number 1, and that allows Lapsevich to pull away.
Tyler Bouillon in the 46, I believe there's some fuel coming off the back end of that 46 machine. As Gallant and Russell continue to race side by side, Gallant squeezes Russell up towards the outside wall. He's going to carve it back on the high side in 3 and 4. Continue that battle for the 6th spot. That's the best race on the racetrack right now.
Top 4 broken away. Lapsevich all by himself in that 5th spot. Got a good gap between he and 4th and in the 6th spot behind him and Gallant. So logging some laps, this youngster is in the top 5 position.
You know, it's probably the perfect storm for riding Lapsevich. Just this a green flag run where he can run by himself. Let the drivers in front of him use up their energy as Garrett Teamersma trying to size up Paul Pepper as he drives it down into the corner. His nose right on the back bumper of that 29 of Pepper.
Top 4 working through 3 and 4 this time by. It'll be 24 laps left to go with Cashmore out in front over Collison, Pepper, and Teamersma moves right up under the back bumper of Paul Pepper going into corner number 1. As they go down the backstretch, they remain 3rd and 4th.
This reminds me of the old late model sportsman days. You know, the Scott Lyons, the Chuck Lawler. That's the way they would run. Nose right up under the car in front of you. One little mistake. Alex Nagy won a lot of races running that line, that style.
Cashmore works off of corner number 4 as the leader. This time by is 22 laps left to go with Collison back there in 2nd. Pepper and Teamersma again still 3rd and 4th. Top 4 stayed clumped together, and Ryan Lapsevich, I think, is actually beginning to catch this front 4.
Certainly looks that way. He's about 6 car lengths back. As Teamersma up under the back end of Paul Pepper. Pepper guarding that inside. They both checked up. Now Ryan Lapsevich is right there, so make this a 3-car battle for the 3rd spot.
I don't know if I'm Lapsevich. I'm thinking I don't want any part of this right now, the way those two have been at it here the last number of laps. In that 3rd and 4th spot, Pepper holding down on that beautiful number 29. He is in that 3rd position. Teamersma back in 4th. Lapsevich 5th, and you've got Gallant back in 6th, and behind him is Russell in the 72.
Russell still applying the pressure to Kevin Gallant. He's all over the back bumper of that Presley's Pumpkin Patch number 31 as they work down through 1 and 2. And Cashmore's got some company. Brad Collison has closed the gap on our race leader. As he does that, it looks like Paul Pepper might be closing in as well.
Collison right there on that rear decklet of Cashmore, your leader. The top 4 continue to go nose to tail. Lapsevich closing the gap on them. Gallant now, I believe, and Russell are catching the top 5 as well as the cross flags are out. Halfway home in this one for the Superstocks. Cashmore gets turned. Pepper goes sideways. Who's going to come out with the leader? Collison.
Collison out in front. Then Garrett Teamersma riding Lapsevich as Steve Cashmore comes to rest on the inside of turn number 2. Doesn't look to be much damage to the 27 machine. The 29 machine, the right front fender on that is pretty ruffled up.
Definitely going to want to see a replay here if that's possible. That was an interesting altercation down in corners 1 and 2. Cashmore led the first half of this race. Let's have a look.
Really not much question as to what happened there. And I mean, Paul Pepper was in a bad spot, right? Because Teamersma right up on the back end of him, so if he lifts even for a second, you know he's going to get turned around, and that's what happened there. So I have a feeling We'll wait to see what the officials say. There we go. I love it. Forget the one-way radio. Get a flagman on the track, take the flag, tap his butt. That means you're going to the back. You've been naughty. So Brad Collison in the 13, he will go to the back of the field for his involvement in that incident. Paul Pepper up alongside the teamersman number 17, probably inviting him for a beer. And that could be risky for Paul Pepper as he's got that damage to the right front. Yeah, he's being told right now, you got to go to the back too.
So it should be Teamersma and Lapsevich 1 and 2, and Gallant back there in the 3rd spot, then Rusnell 4th, and I believe the 97 of Austin Penny in 5th as Bouillon has left the racetrack.
Well, Bouillon's probably out of fuel.
Yeah, he's getting horrible mileage.
There was fuel spewing out the right rear corner of that car for the first 12 or so laps of the race. So, Caden Lapsevich, it's at the time the youngest NASCAR Touring Series champion in history when he won the NASCAR Pinty Series. He started racing in quarter midgets as a tiny kid. Trayton Lapsevich, he started racing in quarter midgets as a tiny kid. To my knowledge, Ryden Lapsevich did not get the same opportunity to go quarter midget racing or go-kart racing. So he's sort of being thrown to the wolves here. He does iRace a fair bit.
Ryden's quite the football player, is he not?
He's probably the biggest into football out of all the Lapseviches. And as I say, when it comes to attitude and charisma, I'm trying to think of a nice way to say it because I get a kick out of it. But he, like, he's pleasantly obnoxious. It's just fun to watch the way he interacts with people.
He'd fit in well with you then.
Absolutely. Maybe that's why I like him so much.
Pleasantly obnoxious.
Again, many, many thanks to Young Drivers of Canada. Huge help in getting this event streamed. Stage it with style. Caldecott, Millwright, London Recreational Racing. I suppose I could read them in the order they come up on the screen, but I like making things difficult for Spencer. Caldecott, Millwright Services. Corey McAllister, a big supporter of all sorts of race cars. There are race cars here today with Caldecott on the fenders. So white flag, we're going to set him loose next time. Garrett Teamersma going to lead the way from the inside of the front row. Riding Lapsevich on the outside. Then it'll be Kevin Gallant in the 31 restarting 3rd. Randy Rusnell restarting 4th. The 97 of Austin Penny restarting 5th.
The white flag should come out this time by as the field is bunched up.
There seems to be some question at the back of the field where they should be. In my opinion, it should be the 27C, followed by the 13, followed by the Paul Pepper machine.
Well, although is Collison being counted as an involved car or the cause and sent to the direct tail for that?
Right, and that's what made me hesitate. So Collison had been second, but if they say you caused the caution, you go further back than everybody else.
So I guess we know now that that is definitely the case.
Bouillon topped up with fuel.
The white flag has been displayed that time now, and we will get back at it with Teamersma and Lapsevich on the front row. Gallant and Rusnell back there in that 4th spot in car number 72. Cashmore, after all of that, still back there in the 6th spot. So he's had a good car here in the first half of this race. We'll see if he can work by these top 5 and get back up to the front. Nice
even restart. Teamersma with the advantage off of turn number 2. Ryden Lasovich does a beautiful job, takes a nice arc around 1 and 2, gets himself a good run down the backstretch. He will clear himself into the second spot, uncontested. Randy Rusnell takes third over Kevin Gallant, but Gallant's not giving up yet.
Teamersma pulls away from Lapsovich, who had a little bit of a exciting corner number 2 there. The car got a little twitchy on him in that second position. Here comes Rusnell taking a look onto the inside as they cross the stripe. It is now 15 laps left to go here for the Super Stocks.
Looks like Bullion getting the black flag in that 46 car. And yeah, he checks up, heads towards the outside. He'll let the field go by. His evening is complete. At the front, it's Teamersma pulling away from Ryden Lapsovich. 10 car lengths, leaving Lapsovich to fend off Randy Russell in that 72 machine for the second spot.
Teamersma able to pull away, and he was very strong in those early laps. Of course, had a number of laps where he was right up under the back bumper of Paul Pepper and felt like maybe he was being held up a little. Now he's being able to flex some muscle out in front in that number 17, the Way Freight machine. Familiar colors for many years here in the province of Ontario.
You're absolutely right. Second all the way back to 7th. I wouldn't say they're under a blanket, but they're all within striking distance of each other.
And the back 3 in that equation were the ones involved in that last caution that caused the spin down in corner number 2. With Cashmore, Pepper, and Collison right there, running 5th, 6th, and 7th. Cashmore looking to get to the inside of Gallant, but Gallant's been very strong in that 31.
10 laps to go. It'll be 9 laps when they cross the start-finish line here. As we're watching the cars that were involved in that last caution try to work their way back towards the front, but the cars in front of them are pretty darn quick.
Teamersma runs it off of corner number 4, smooth in and steady. And that Ford Mustang as he leads it down into corner number 1. Good distance back to Ryden Lapsovich, but overall, I think if Ryden can finish where he is right now, he's got to be very happy. He's run a smooth, smart race, hasn't really been in the thick of any problems as of yet. This is one of those races where you could walk away and say, wow, gained a lot here today.
I think you're absolutely right there, Greg. As they work down through 3 and 4, Teamersma continues to extend that advantage, and I'm keeping my focus on Kevin Gallant in the 31 because he's got some hot and bothered drivers behind him. Steve Cashmore was having a great run out there. He's got to be itching to make his way back towards the podium at least, as we've got 5 laps to go.
Yeah, 5 more trips around for Garrett Teamersma. The Way Freight number 17. Ryden Lapsovich sits in that second spot, and that's where he's been most of this race, is in a pocket. He's had good space in front, good space behind. Now Randy Rusnell, a good solid run for him as well, up in that 3rd position. Gallant back and forth, and then that's where the pressure comes. Cashmore and Pepper right there behind with Collison close in tow.
Cashmore's able to get into the corner and through the center better than Kevin Gallant. Gallant able to get off the corner a little bit better as we got a side-by-side battle deeper in the top 10 there between Penny and the 90 of David Rockwood.
A good battle going on there for the 8th and 9th positions. As this time by, it looks like it'll be 2 laps left to go as the battle heats up. Oh, Cashmore up under the back end of Gallant. He'll go around. Green flag is still in the field. Gallant now facing the wrong way, and that may put us under the caution. Rusnell spins in 1. Oh, and Cashmore, Pepper, and Collison.
I think the rad let go on the 72 of Randy Rusnell. Something strange was going on. Rusnell kind of dropped down to the inside of the back straightaway, and Gallant sort of reacted to that. That's what caused him to get turned around, as there was just a huge, well, we'll be able to smell it in a second, Greg.
Wow.
Pretty good barbecue going on there in turn number 1.
And Jeffrey getting to the scene right now and see the fluids pouring out of the front end of the 72. Randy Russell had an excellent evening going. Let's send it down here. Clinton Jeffrey down in corner 1. Once again, last time we were here, there was quite the pile up in corner number 1.
Clinton directing some camera work down there in the turn as Randy Russell chatting with the safety crew. Clinton Jeffrey, tell us what's up.
Well, guys, as you see the Randy Rushno car down here, a big strip of oil. It blew up coming into turn 1. You see all the oil and water mixed here on the hood, and down here we got a lot of oil at the front. Come around here, Ryan, and you can see this is not coolant. You can tell it is hot oil coming out. The motor let go, and Rushno did a good job of keeping it out of the fence, but the motor has expired here in the 72, guys.
Not something we see an awful lot of is blowing engines anymore, Greg. The crate engine program that divisions are running these days have a lot more reliability, but nothing is bulletproof.
Clinton Jeffries headed over there to talk to Paul Pepper, and Paul's had a rough go here this afternoon. Such a beautiful machine, puts a lot of pride in his racing program, and he's just been in the wrong place at the wrong time here this afternoon. Clinton Jeffries with Paul Pepper. Clinton?
Let me know when we're good.
Communication errors there. Clinton Jeffrey, can you hear us?
Can I go, Spencer? Well, I got Paul Pepper here. Paul, obviously we see the damage to the right front here. What happened?
I don't know. Guys just stacked up. I don't know if the 72 blew a motor or what, but I know the 27 and 13 got into each other, and we just missed it. Like, we didn't get into them, we didn't do anything. For some reason, they're sent to the back, and then, all this happened. So real not the way we wanted to start this year or could afford to start this year, really. So tough, but I'd like to thank all my sponsors, some of you, Barts.ca, Utility Trucking, everybody back home watching. I'm all right. Just not how we wanted 2021 to start off.
Now, obviously, we haven't looked under, but it just looks like a fender here. Is it anything worse than that?
It's not more, because when we got in that first wreck, I hit the clutch, and the clutch went right to the floorboard, so it broke something in the clutch. I don't know. We'll have to get it back to the shop and take it apart. We got a quick turnaround to Delaware in a couple weeks, so time to get to work, I guess.
There you have it. Paul Pepper's got to get it done, guys, here in the 29 car. And you see the damage on the right front. He's got other issues, though.
You can see the oil dry going down from just past the start-finish line. And apologies, folks, for slight communication delay between us and production and Clint. So we have some delays waiting for track reports. Opening day bugs, Greg.
Well, that was quite a last lap that we saw there, and all the action at both ends of the track, because Gallant had gone around. We'd forgot all about that down in corner number 4. Had a good solid run going, and now he's faced the wrong way up there. And then we saw something almost identical to what we saw happen in the fall here at Flamboro, where everyone piled up in corner 1. Then I don't think it was a blown motor. It was a rear end, was it not? And everyone slid up into the corner.
Yeah, there was fluid on the track that nobody in race control saw. And so the field came racing down the front straightaway and skated up into the wall. But that is the perils of short track racing. As we are under red flag here in the Super Stock event. Folks, we've got mini stock action. We have a plethora of pure stocks and a pro late model field that any promoter would be envious of. We have got some great talent in the late models out here this evening to kick off the Grisdale Triple Crown.
100 laps for the pro late models. Still 2 laps remaining in this one for the Super Stocks. This one's not finished yet, so we'll get this one into the record books. Don't forget, next Saturday night, we'll take a trip down the 401 westbound and down this time, and we are heading to the new Southern Ontario Motor Speedway, formerly South Buxton Raceway, down in Merlin, Ontario, just south of Chatham, for our first dirt coverage of 2021. And the Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Tour will be on the card, along with the UMP Modifieds, UMP late models, mini mods, and Thunder stocks are on the card. I'm excited to head down there. I've been to South Buxton a number of times, called a number of races down there with the Southern Ontario Sprints. But to go down there next week, I'm kind of excited just to see the lay of the land when you even pull in off the highway to see what this place looks like, because from pictures and videos, it looks nothing like it used to.
If you've ever watched the movie Field of Dreams, that's almost what Blake Outhouse has done down there at Southern Ontario Motor Speedway, because to look at it now, it looks nothing like South Buxton used to. And I'm looking forward. I haven't watched much in terms of practice laps. I know they've had cars out on the track. I haven't paid much attention. I'm looking forward to see them up to speed there next weekend when we head down the highway.
I had a chance to watch some of the video and some interesting shots from what I believed was corners 3 and 4. And it reminds me very much of Ohsweken Speedway, because it's very, very wide. Very wide track and got some really good banking to it. So I think we're going to see some high speeds next week at Southern Ontario Motor Speedway. So join us right here on G-Force TV next Saturday night, June the 26th. There we see the Rusnell 72 up on the flatbed now. And the safety crew down there cleaning up the mess on the racetrack.
Nice looking race car. Simple design, clean, Bunzel's safety, Freiburger sponsorship on that race car, and it'll be...
What was the car that Randy drove about 10 years ago? When I first started really getting to asphalt tracks with Ontario Oval back in the day, Randy had, I think it was a Malibu.
Was it a Malibu or a Chevelle?
Or the Chevelle. I knew it was one of the two. So Chevelle most likely is what it was. But man, that car was good no matter where he went.
Yeah, and he was, if I remember right, one of the last holdouts to switch over to the new body style. And why change anything when you're as fast as he is?
Just remember how good that car was. And he would go to special events and be good at any track in that car. And it would stand out because it had the old body style compared to a lot of the drivers switching over to the new look.
How much have you missed me, Greg? How much have you missed this whole operation through the off season? Like, that was a long 250 some odd days.
They weren't long enough.
Story of your life. Let's go to commercial. We'll be back with some more green flag racing from Flamboro Speedway.
Hey, and I was like, dude, you're gonna get us lost, you know? You're like, let's do it.
I've got this.
1.3 million graduates have learned to safely avoid head-on collisions. Visit yd.com now to sign up for a young driver's course near you.
When you think about it, productivity starts at planting. So it's time to rethink how productive your planter can be. We did with the new Case IH 2000 Series Early Riser Planter. We rethought your row unit so it's tougher, more accurate. We rethought your meter, took the most precise technology, factory installed it. We rethought every inch of the Case IH Early Riser Planter to make it the most productive planter around. And if you think about it, that's exactly what you want.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
G-Force TV back here at Flamboro Speedway for the season opener, continuing to watch the cleanup down here in corner number 1. We're in the Super Stock feature with 2 laps left to go. And when we get back to the green flag, it'll be Garrett Tiemersma leading over Ryden Lapsevich. And then we'll have to figure out from there who's in the 3rd spot. It looks like it's going to be Brad Collison.
Whenever an engine blows up on the straightaway like that, it's really like Russian roulette driving down into the corner. If your tires are able to find some clean asphalt and get some grip to drive through it, it's your lucky day. If you don't and you grab the oil, you're in it. Hopefully Steve Cashmore was able to get stopped without causing too much damage to the front of the 27C.
So still to come. Up next, we'll have the mini stocks, followed by the pure stocks, and then our 100-lap Grisdale Triple Crown race number 1 of 2021 for the Pro Late models.
Let's do our sponsors again. They're not getting any ticker love, so let's give them some extra love.
J.R. Fitzpatrick, Kyle Steckley will bring us to the green flag in that 100-lap event tonight, as they, because of the rain that went through qualifying, time trials were canceled, and they've gone by their practice times here this evening. So J.R. Fitzpatrick, Kyle Steckley, Shea Gemmel, Trayton Lapsovich, and Josh Stoddy will be the top 5 when we come to the green flag. I want to thank London Recreational Racing, one of tonight's race sponsors here at Flamboro Speedway. Always a big supporter of everything that happens here at Flamboro. Stage it with style. Sorry.
I was going to say Mike Schmidt, always, if there's a big event here, he wants to be involved. He wants to support it. Stage it with style, a new partner, a new supporter of GeForce TV, and we welcome them. So if you have a residential property or a commercial property and you need it to look fantastic because you want to sell it, contact the good folks at Stage It with Style.
Can I have them just come over and clean up my house?
You know, I've often wondered that.
Young Drivers of Canada, great supporters of everything racing here in Ontario as well.
Yeah, Jared Morphy and family with the Young Drivers of Canada. And, of course, Caldecott Millwright Services, Corey McAllister. Who can forget? He sponsored a race here last year. Couldn't make it because he had to go to a wedding, but sent his wife to show her support and be involved in the event. So that's the best kind of partnerships. And we're so lucky to have that same thing, Greg, with our involvement with APC and with Pinty's. All the partners that we deal with are really people that are very involved, hands-on in racing. And, folks, I don't know how much we've said it tonight, but we need to say it. We miss you. We can't wait to have you back in the grandstands. We're fortunate, we're blessed to be able to come and do this and present these shows to you, but nothing will make us happier than looking down the grandstands and seeing them just full of people having a good time together.
Yeah, it hasn't been the same in a long time, well over a year now. Last year, towards the end, I think we got to a point where we had maybe 100 fans in the stands from August on, but it definitely was not the same as having those stands cram-packed, and we're looking forward to that day coming very soon, as now the cars have fired and we're ready to get back at it with 2 laps left to settle it here for the Super Stocks with Garrett Teemersma and Ryan Lapsovich 1 and 2. And then it's going to be Brad Collis in third. Looks like the 97 of Austin Penny will be in the 4th position. 5th will be the 17 of Jennifer Hatch, and then it's Kevin Gallant, who had spun around at corner 4, so he was involved. Now at the back was Steve Cashmore at the back, as well as the 90 of David Rockwood.
And look at that, Penny in the 97, Jennifer Hatch in the 17. Keep your nose clean in a race. Doesn't matter how long or short the race is. Keep your nose clean and you stand a chance of a good finish. You also stand the chance of getting involved in something on a green-white checker restart to end the race. But
we're about to head into the part of the race that usually has the most caution flags. A green-white checkered.
Glass half full, glass half empty.
So it looks like these cars will head down through this speedy dry a few more times, clean off this track before we head back to the green flag.
Nothing better than a rookie driver on the outside of row 1 driving into speedy dry.
Well, I was about to say you got 2 young lions on the front row, and you've got the wily veteran Brad Collison right behind them. How's this going to shape up on this restart? White flag's out. Next time by, we'll go back. Green flag racing. Paul Pepper back onto the racetrack. That car not nearly as pretty as it was at the start of the day.
Hats off to Paul Pepper, though. No quit. And that's a beautiful car.
Yeah.
So that's when you might say, look, the car doesn't look as good as it did at the start of the night. Let's put it on the trailer and salvage what we got. Nope. Fixes it up, comes back out, and wisely stays back a few car lengths headed to the green.
But again, you don't know what's going to happen here in these final couple of laps with the win on the line. Here we go. Garrett Tiemersma leads them down, but here comes Ryan Lapsevich on the outside.
Lapsevich hard into the oil dry. Kevin Gallant on the inside in the 31. He will sit backwards between 1 and 2. Ryan Lapsevich trying to fend off Brad Collison, but the yellow flag will fly.
Kevin Gallant remains down and out here in corners 1 and 2. In the Presley's Pumpkin Patch number 31. That car fired back up and will rejoin the field. We'll try it again.
So under yellow we go, a little bit of traffic being directed down there on the front straightaway. They'll move David Rockwood ahead of the 97 of Austin Penny.
There's Garrett Tiemersma down at corner number 3. So still 2 laps left to go. Field will bunch up, come to the white flag. Next time by, we'll get back at it. Ryan Lapsevich showed no fear at all driving into that speedy dry in corner 1.
And I didn't know if it was a matter that he has nerves of steel or if it's one of those things you don't know what you don't know.
Bennett GMC pace truck pulls off, and the field will roll through 3 and 4. Back to the green flag. Tiemersma, Lapsevich. Back at it. Green flag's out.
Ryan Lapsevich working the outside as Brad Collison hounded the inside of the racetrack through 1 and 2. Couldn't keep his nose under that number 12. White flag is out. Garrett Tiemersma trying to hold off one more time around.
Down through 1 and 2 they go. Tiemersma's got this one right now by a car length over Lapsevich and Collison. Top 3 head into 3 and 4 for the final time.
Garrett Tiemersma up off of turn number 4. That way freight number 17 victorious in race number 1 for the Super Stocks. Ryan Lapsevich second, Brad Collison third. Austin Penny, good job hanging on to 4th. Steve Cashmore comes back to round out the top 5, and I believe David Rockwood is pulling alongside Cashmore. Not sure what the message is he wants to deliver, but I think he was unhappy, Greg, about something.
He finishes 6th. 7th goes to Kevin Gallant. 8th, Paul Pepper. 9th, Jennifer Hatch. 10th, Randy Russell. And Tyler Bouillon finishes out the 11-car field. So the top 3 will head down to victory lane. Fantastic run by Garrett Tiemersma. He was super excited crossing the start-finish line. Gives the fist pump. He's got the checkered flag of the win on the way freight, number 17. And how about Ryan Lapsevich coming home second? Man, he didn't look out of place at all, and looks like he's going to be just another chip off the old block.
And just like his older brothers, not a mark on the race car. Like they're so good at bringing the car home unscathed. And folks, if you want to keep up with racing on social media, I highly recommend Garrett Tiemersma, the driver of that number 17. He's done a good job this offseason, this spring, letting people know what's up with the way freight number 17 machine. A fine young man who hopefully we're going to see a lot of over the coming years, Greg.
Well, he's showing that he's got what it takes, and he's down there in victory lane. Let's send it down now to Clinton Jeffrey.
Well, Garrett Tiemersma works the 17 wave freight Line X protective coatings machine here to victory lane at Flamboro, and we'll get the youngster out to have a word with him here in just a moment as he gets the ball cap on and works his way out of this gorgeous 17 machine. And he'll be a happy youngster. Here he comes. Garrett Tiemersma, ladies and gentlemen, gets the win here on opening day. Garrett, what a run. That's got to be pretty awesome for you to get it done here on opening night at Flamboro. You know, it was raining earlier. Now the sun's out. Pretty hot start to your year, bud.
Oh, I'm so happy. We last time we were here in the winter, Oktoberfest, we had a fast car, but we had a parts failure and it ruined our night. We put a lot of work into this car over the winter, and we did a lot of practice this spring in order to be prepared. And I'm just so happy to finally get a win at Flamboro on the home turf. Start the year off great for Wave Freight, Linex Newmarket. It's a new sponsor for us on G-Force TV. I'm just ecstatic. I'm ready to go take on the guys at Delaware in 2 weeks.
Yeah, you look good. Let's talk about this new series for this class. You're going to run the whole deal, and you're going to go out and try and win the Quick Wicks Superstock Championship?
I'll be damned if I lose a race. I want to go win it.
All right, there you have it. A pumped up Garrett Tamiersma takes his first checkered flag of 2021. We'll work over here and talk to Ryden Lapsevich and Brad Collison.
Oh, that's bad form. Ryden's taking the suit down instead of I think Clinton might have just told him, no, do up the suit, zip it up. Couple more minutes of being hot. Clinton, take it away.
Well, we're here with the, no offense, Ryden, but the lesser known of the Lapsevich boys. We do a lot of talking about your brothers, Caden and Trayton, but you're in the wheelhouse now. It's got to feel good running second with some of the best super stocks in the province tonight.
Oh, yeah, it feels great. Garrett ran a great race, so did everybody else. I can't describe how nervous I was before coming out here, so it feels great to come home with the second place.
All right, so you got 3 championship drivers, your dad, your 2 brothers. Which one gave you the best advice today?
I'm going to have to say Caden all the way from North Carolina.
All right, Ryden, congrats. You're here in the podium finish. That's where you need to be each week.
Thank you.
Ryden Lapsevich, the next one of the Lapsevich clan. And another multi-generation family here, the Carlsons. Brad, solid run for you in third. Looked like they had a little bit more speed than you here on opening night, but the car's still in the battle. Bit of carnage, but you come out clean. Can you be pleased?
Yeah, the car was running pretty good. This is the first time we're at the track. We didn't practice or nothing. I hated getting into Steve there. I didn't mean to do that. Just the angles we were at, I just barely touched him and he went around, but that wasn't intentional at all. But he worked our way back up there and finished third, so it was good.
Now, you spent a lot of years at Flamboro. Things are going great around here. It looks great. How awesome is it to be back here at the Speedway, Brad, after the last couple seasons we've had?
Oh, it's great to be back here, believe me. We've all been kind of twiddling our thumbs, deciding what we're going to do and if we're going to race and not race. And everybody's got to go and get vaccinated so we can get people back in the stands here and keep this ball rolling.
Yep, we're about 2 weeks out. Congratulations, Brad. There's your top 3. They get it done here. Garrett Tamiersma, Ryden Lapsevich, and Brad Collison.
Well, we'll take a quick pause here, but when we return, we'll get back to some racing action. Still 3 features to go here from Flamboro Speedway on G-Force TV.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave Chicken Wings. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they're made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough.
Take a lap. Yeah. Right. And I was like, dude, you're gonna get us lost, You're like, let's do it.
I've got this.
1.3 million graduates have learned to safely avoid head-on collisions. Visit yd.com now to sign up for a young driver's course near you.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Wick perfected fire. Quick Wick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Wick retailer at quickwick.com.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
When you think about it, productivity starts at planting. So it's time to rethink how productive your planter can be. We did with the new Case IH 2000 Series Early Riser Planter. We rethought your row unit so it's tougher, more accurate. We rethought your meter, took the most precise technology, factory installed it. We rethought every inch of the Case IH Early Riser Planter to make it the most productive planter around. And if you think about it, that's exactly what you want.
Welcome back to Flamboro Speedway on GeForce TV, getting set for the mini stock feature event. Third of 5 on the evening.
You know, Greg, we should mention there probably would have been more mini stocks here if not for Sunset Speedway and the Melissa Bullen Memorial. And I can't hold it against any team that chose to go to Sunset and run in the Melissa Bullen Memorial mini stock race. A young lady who succumbed to mental illness, and the family's been involved in motorsports for a long, long time. So we're thinking of them here this weekend, and hopefully being at that racetrack tonight can bring them some comfort and some peace.
Yeah, all the best to that event going on tonight, especially a young lady who I got a chance to meet one year at Motorama, and just sad that she's no longer with us. Mike Gilmore is going to line up on the pole for this one at the outside. Dale Millard in the 8. Back there in row number 2 will be the 20 of Ryan Edward Kiss.
Is that two people typing at the same time, or is Lundisborough really a town?
That's how I typed it.
No kidding.
And that's how it was on the form.
All right.
On the outside in the 34 machine, that's Chris Pendlebury out of Kitchener. Back in row number 3 will be the 45 of Caitlin Wallace. To her outside, Jillian Hills in the 32. The station wagon here tonight. The 76 is Sean Taylor. Will Gibbons on the outside in car number 10. As we get ready to come to the green flag. Cole Quinton also out there in car number 18. The 16 to Mike Thompson. We've got the 77, and we've got 2 up in the wall here on the drop of the green flag. The 77 is Mike Hooper, and the 79, Kyle Eisted.
I think Chris Pendlebury is up there as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Yeah. And we did not go yellow. Okay, now we're going yellow.
And Jordan Morris out there in the 73. So we've got a couple of drivers on our list that aren't in this race.
We'll have a look at the replay. Down into turn number 1. They had fanned out 3 wide. Caitlin Wallace down on the inside. Might have been some contact with Edwards Kiss. And then up into Chris Pendlebury. Doesn't look like anyone was damaged too heavily out there as Pendlebury and that number 34 Cobalt London Recreational Racing on the side of that. And I know this is the race. This is the reason Stage It With Style wanted to be involved in this event. It was very important to them to be involved in the race that Cole Quinton was going to participate in. Clinton Jeffrey, what do you got for us?
Well, guys, we talked about the Randy Russell car, and the engine expired, and there's the parts. That would be a piston, that would be a bearing, and that would be part of the connecting rods out of the 72 here tonight. Certainly not the way he wanted his season to get underway.
That's a handful of bits and bytes there.
No kidding. It's also about $5,000.
Yikes. Pace truck pulls off. We're ready to try this one again with Millard. Bring them to the green in the 8. Gilmore on the outside in the 33, and they still get all squirrely.
Caitlin Wallace might have lost the steering on that 45 machine. Sean Taylor in the 76 rolls to a stop, and And he decides to get going again because both of those cars are out of harm's way. But now the yellow comes out. It was as if Caitlin Wallace didn't have steering on that 45, but she was able to get off the track. Let's see.
'76 up into the 45, and that contact caused the 45 to brake and turn to the left, and the car never stopped turning left.
Well, I don't know if it's possible she took her hands off the wheel or the wheel spun from that contact.
There's Mike Gilmore, who started on the outside of the front row now. Stopped on the front stretch, about to get a push.
Hands moving inside the car, I think, saying, hey, give me a push. I want to get back into this rodeo. Folks, if you're just tuning in, we still have, I believe, more than 30 pure stocks going to take the green flag in the next feature event. And then we're going to close things off with the Grisdale Triple Crown Pro Late Model Race, sponsored by London Recreational Racing, Grisdale Racing Products. And look at this, just a flood of cars coming back onto the racetrack.
Is that not a beautiful paint scheme on the 45 of Caitlin Wallace?
Would you stop it?
I own shares in DQ Brandt.
It is a lovely car, but we all know damn well it's the logo on the car that has you drool. Don't drool on your computer; it'll short circuit. Dairy Queen all over the hood of Caitlin Wallace's number 45 and on the quarter panels.
I just wish announcers could get sponsors. I'll wear a DQ shirt. Look at it tattooed on my huge forehead.
The shirt I wear is every bit as big as some of the billboards around this racetrack, so you'll get your money's worth, I promise.
Is Caitlin able to make it back
So
out?
look at this replay. We're having a look. So Sean Taylor comes up a bit. Caitlin comes down a bit. And repeat. I don't think there are times when it's stubbornness. Like, okay, you hit me, I'm going to hit you twice as long or twice as hard. I don't know that was the case there. It's quite possible the wheels just locked together and they couldn't get things back under control.
It's like white flag will come out this time, and we'll get back to 29 laps to go. One in the books.
So we'll try this again. Cole Quinton started 9th.
Yeah.
And he's restarting on the pole.
In one lap?
No butterflies there. He's been itching. A decorated go-kart racer, very good kart racer. Cut his teeth racing on the infield here. Now racing on the big speedway, and he leads the field to green.
Dives it down into corner number 1 as they work through the corner. Here comes Will Gibbons, the veteran, down to the inside. They'll go 3 wide down the backstretch into 3.
And you could see Quinton give way just a little bit. Don't think he wanted to be in the middle of that sandwich. Probably a wise choice as Will Gibbons now out in front. Hooper in the 77 up on the outside. Cole Quinton on the inside in that 18.
And Chris Pendlebury, who was involved in that first caution, he and Ryan Edwards-Kiss are back there 4th and 5th, working to the outside of Cole Quinton now.
Pendlebury closes the door on the Quinton number 18, takes over that 3rd position. Quinton back to 4th. Edwards-Kiss on the outside, looking to make his way up to that 4th spot. Down through 3 and 4, he'll roll the high side nice and smooth in that block number 20.
Will Gibbons pacing the field, got a good size advantage now over Hooper in the 2nd position. Pendlebury in 3rd, now challenges to the outside of the 77. They go down into corner number 3. Pendlebury look to the outside, now dives down low as they work off the 4th corner. Here's the battle for 2nd.
Hooper trying to keep the Pendlebury 34 pinned to the inside. Little bit of contact going down into turn number 1. Hooper going to maintain that spot. How about the station wagon? Number 32 with Jillian Hills working her way into the top 5.
Yeah, there she is slipping by the 18 of Quinton. And In front of her, those three cars going at it. Hooper, Pendlebury, and Edwards Kiss. Pendlebury wants by that 77 because he can see Will Gibbons driving away in front of them.
Yeah, Pendlebury's got to make this pass and probably hope for a yellow flag if he wants to close in on the race leader of Will Gibbons or have a shot at passing him. A little bit of contact down into the corner, and you could see Mike Hooper really having to saw his hands on the steering wheel in the cockpit of that number 77. Jillian Hill's going to go by for the third spot. Here comes Sean Taylor for fourth.
Yeah, Taylor up there into that fourth spot as they slip by the 77. Gibbons well out in front. Pendlebury now trying to close the gap. Hills right there on his back bumper. Taylor riding in the fourth spot. Hooper now back to fifth, and he's got a bit of a battle going on behind him with Quinton, Edwards, Kiss, and Millard there.
Second, third, and fourth all stacked up there down the front straightaway into turn number one. Pendlebury trying to hold off Gillingham Hills in the 32. Sean Taylor in the 76. Remember, he went for a slide through the infield after that early race restart. He's trying to work his way back to the front of the pack. So those three cars battling for two podium spots.
4.5 seconds the distance between first and second. Gibbons and Pendlebury. Hills and Taylor all over the back end of that London Recreational Racing 34 of Pendlebury. Good fight for that second, third, and fourth positions.
Jillian Hills has always impressed me with how smooth she drives. She's unflappable behind the wheel.
Oh, Ryan Edwards Kiss has some steam blowing out of the 20 and heads to the pit area. So the 20 machine off the track.
And I say that about Jillian to take nothing away from Sean Taylor. He's a heck of a wheelman as well in that 76. Working all over the back end of Pendlebury's 34, but out in front, Will Gibbons by a full straightaway over second place.
Gap increasing now, 5.2 seconds between first and second, and it's hard to gain ground on the leader when you're in the middle of a big old brawl there for the second spot. Pendlebury, Taylor, and Hills have been at each other. Pendlebury's held the spot down, but you almost get the feeling if Taylor maybe could slip by, it might be able to break away, but Pendlebury holding his own right now.
Yeah, Pendlebury's holding a pretty wheel and running a nice line. Another driver I'm watching, Dale Millard in the 8, holding on to fifth, but Cole Quinton, lap after lap, the last few laps, has run his fastest laps of the race.
Yeah, kind of settled down where he is right now. And, oh, second place contact. Taylor right up under the back bumper of Pendlebury.
Well, Pendlebury really defended that inside. I don't want to say blocked, but he definitely moved down the racetrack. Sean Taylor going to get another run. This time Pendlebury, running that straightaway, not a very straight line at all, but he's doing what he can to defend the runner-up position.
Leader Will Gibbons this time by. We'll see 13 laps left to go, and he can also see the tail end of the field with Jordan Morris in his sights and Hooper and Wallace a straightaway way as well.
So Sean Taylor goes into the corner, cuts down through, especially in 3 and 4, and then comes right up to the wall where Pendlebury, if we get a shot, and I think we will here, coming off of turn 4, Pendlebury will keep his car down the racetrack where Sean Taylor goes right up to the wall. And as I say that, of course, I'm wrong.
Taylor's giving it his all, but just can't get by Pendlebury in that 34. Gibbons now across the stripe. 11 laps left to go for the driver of car number 10. He is now, let's see the clock now. It's got to be over, 7.5 seconds between first and second.
Well, and he's got some traffic to contend with back there as we'll keep our eyes focused on this battle for the second spot. It's a fun race to watch. Pendlebury changing up his line quite a bit. Each and every lap runs a little bit different. This time not coming quite up to the wall where Sean Taylor will swing out, head towards the concrete to get a bigger arc through 1 and 2.
A game of cat and mouse here. It's like a high-speed chess game. I'm going to go here so he can't go there. And it's two different strategies, whether you're defending or trying to get by. You got to kind of go with the flow if you're in that car behind, because you're at the beck and mercy of the guy throwing the blocks.
Sean Taylor has to go where Pendlebury is not, and he finally will get the room he needs to make the pass. Here comes Dale Millard closing in, and now Taylor going to run some defense and go down the front stretch, defending the inside lane into turn number 1. And as I say that, he gets all sorts of loose, and here comes Pendlebury back to the inside.
Yeah, he's going to go back to the inside of the 76, and Dale Millard now has caught these two drivers. He wants a sniff at the second spot. Meanwhile, Will Gibbons is down in corner number 3. This time it'll be 6 laps to go for him. He'll cross the stripe right now as second place goes at it down the backstretch.
That Pendlebury car looks like it stands right up on the racetrack, and he runs very steady line, where Sean Taylor, he's slinging that car around. He's running it loose, doing anything he can to try to keep the speed up and make his move. But in all this battling, Dale Millard is showing up to battle for the podium finish.
5 laps left to go. The battle for second is still the one to watch, as Will Gibbons has caught up to, I believe, the 7th position now. Caitlin Wallace is the next car in line that he could possibly put a lap down.
Taylor with a nose to the inside of Pendlebury off of turn number 4. They'll drag race down the front stretch. Pendlebury closing the door into turn number 1. Contact. They both go around. Dale Millard
is going to get the second spot. And there's the discussion down in corner number 1 as the back bumper off of Pendlebury's machine lays up in the high groove. Pendlebury stops to...
You know, there's a lot of things that happen in the course of a car race, and you say, wow, I did not see that coming. I could have seen this coming, Greg.
In fact, I don't think it came soon enough.
Here we have a look down the front straightaway. Pendlebury defending. And Sean Taylor was just not giving any way. Pendlebury, you can see, not thrilled as he waves his left arm out the window, the driver's window of that car. I don't know if, I guess window nets aren't mandatory in a mini stock, but that's a big opening right next to Chris Pendlebury.
Yeah. And will he be able to continue on? That left rear is in rough shape.
As long as he doesn't get hit again in the left rear, I think he should be all right.
I thought it looked like the car was dog tracking a little bit, but maybe not. Look at the rear end, the left rear. I know they like to run some camber in these wheels, but that's a long ways over.
Yeah, you're right. Look at that astute observation. That is a Clinton Jeffrey observation right there, Greg.
That's it. I'm done for the year. White flag's out. And we still have 4 laps to go. Now, Will Gibbons had checked out. He was a half a lap ahead. Millard now is in second. Cole Quinton up there in third. Mike Thompson 4th. Caitlin Wallace back there in that 5th spot. And Mike Hooper in the 6th spot as we come back to the green flag.
And Caitlin Wallace has survived this race. You know, she's been in the pits, I'm pretty sure, made some changes, or made some repairs, came back on the racetrack. And regardless, whoever finishes in the top 3 of this race earned it. Like, it's still a well-earned finish if you can finish up there on the podium as Caitlin Wallace driving up the inside down into turn number 3.
She'll take the 4th spot away. Gibbons, Millard, and Cole Quinton right now your top 3 as they go down the back stretch. This time by it'll be 2 laps to go for Will Gibbons, who's been the class of the field.
Yeah, he really has. 2 sticks in the air, twice more around for Will Gibbons. Dale Millard is staying with him, though, the last lap. Now, Gibbons was a couple of tenths faster. But Dale Millard still within striking distance if Will Gibbons makes a mistake, and Cole Quinton back there trying to hang on to a podium finish. He'll defend the inside of turn number 4 on Caitlin Wallace.
So Gibbons, Millard, Cole Quinton, Caitlin Wallace, Mike Thompson, and Mike Hooper running order as they come down to the checkered flag.
Will Gibbons gets it done. He'll take the win. Dale Millard second. Cole Quinton comes home with a top 3 finish. Nice job by Cole Quinton in that 18. A good race by Caitlin Wallace in the 45 to overcome her adversity, and Mike Thompson to round out the top 5. Mike Hooper finishing 6th in the 77, rounding out the top 10 will be the 34 of Chris Pendlebury, 76 of Sean Taylor, 73 Jordan Morris, and the 32 of Jillian Hills.
Top 3 will head down to the infield and talk to our Clinton Jeffrey, who's down there in Flamboro Speedway Victory Lane. Two features remaining, the Pure Stocks, and then it's the 100-lap Grisdale Racing Products Triple Crown race number 1, 100 laps for the Pro Late models. As Will Gibbons pulls it into Victory Lane, let's send it down to our Clinton Jeffrey.
Well, Will Gibbons waxed the field here tonight. What a showing for the driver of this 10 car. We'll get him out here and get a word with him in just a moment. But up until that last caution, he had a full half-track lead on the field here. And a pretty solid start to the 2021 racing season for Will Gibbons. Also down here on the podium, we've got Dale Millard and Cole Quinton. We'll get a word with them in a second. But here he comes. Will Gibbons out of the number 10, Speedy Auto Machine. And Speedy Auto Works gets it done here tonight. Congratulations, Will. Solid drive. Now, I don't know if you realize how good you were spanking them for a while. Before that last caution, you were a solid half track out front.
Yeah, I don't know. Mirrors weren't adjusted that well, I guess. And I thought Pendlebury was right there on my tail, so I don't know. It was a good race, though, I guess. You know, if we had another caution or a couple cautions, you got up beside me, we might have had a battle with that there, but yeah, it was a good race.
How good does it feel to be back racing in 2021 here at Flamboro? We're a couple weeks before the fans get back, but pretty good tune-up for you.
Yeah, it's just great to be back, right?
What do you want to thank, Will?
Speedy Auto Works in Cambridge, Speedy Auto Machine, and Norm's Fast Food.
Awesome job. Will Gibbons gets it done here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. He will dominate the mini stock race. We'll get over here and talk to Dale Millard as well. Dale, solid drive for you tonight. You know, can you be happy with second on a night like tonight?
I mean, you're racing one of the best mini stocks in the province, so yeah, I can take second. You know, I messed up on that restart. I missed a shift, and you know, I apologize to everybody that got involved in that. But I mean, it was a hard fight back through the field, and it was a lot of fun. So I mean, I can't thank all these guys enough for putting on this show this weekend, and all my sponsors, Maple Mechanical, Jimmy Lowenberg Racing, Jay's Auto Service. Like, it's a lot of fun. So. Second place is pretty good for me. I mean, considering last year I was barely peeking in the top 10.
Did you get a good look at the battle going on there between Taylor and Pendlebury?
Yeah, I was keeping my distance for a little bit, and then I thought, I better get a little close in case they don't wreck like that, and they're just shoving. And I got a little too close, and I got scared there, but I avoided it, so it worked out in my favor.
Awesome job, Dale Millard, our second place finisher. We'll get over here and talk to young Cole Quinton. Cole, what a drive for you. I mean, third place. You got two of the best mini stocks in the province. You got to be real happy with that, man.
Yeah, number one, I just got to thank God. I mean, I'm speechless right now. I got to thank God for putting all these amazing people in my life. I mean, Spira Racing, Ken Carroll Spira, I can't thank them enough. Wheeler Construction, Just Foment, Don Tremble, TJ, all the guys from Tremble Motorsports. I can't thank all my sponsors enough. Like, I'm truly blessed to be in this situation. Honestly, I never thought I would come out today with third place, fighting some of the best mini stocks in the province. But that's just how great my team is, and this is one for them, not one for me. I got to thank my family too. I would be nowhere without them. So, yeah.
Good job. Cole Quinton gets it done. He will finish third. Dale Millard second. Your winner, Will Gibbons. Guys, back to the tower.
Pure Stock feature event lined up, ready to go, and we will get to that in just a moment here from Flamboro Speedway on GeForce TV.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Take a left. Yeah. Hey, and I was like, dude, you're gonna get us lost, you know? You're like, let's do it.
I've got this.
1.3 million graduates have learned to safely avoid head-on collisions. Visit yd.com now to sign up for a young driver's course near you.
Good out of 8.
Back at Flamboro Speedway on G-Force TV, season opener for 2021. I'm Greg Kellman, up here in the booth along with Adam Ross. Down trackside, Clinton Jeffrey. Getting you some shots from down there trackside, up alongside these Pure Stocks as they get ready to go for their feature event. 2 features remaining, this Pure Stock feature, and then the 100-lap race for the Pro Late Models Triple Crown race, number 1, brought to you by Grisdale Racing Products. We got a big field of Pure Stocks here tonight, Adam.
They just keep coming. Well, let's see how they're going to line up. It'll help if I scroll over to our Pure Stock driver roster. Let's split this one up, Greg, but on the pole on the number 73. Ruh-roh. Got a couple of 73s, so I want to see if I can get it right. It would make me happier if I don't screw up on the very first driver name. So where is the other 73? Right there.
There, that's Jordan Morris. Is it not?
Yes. So on the pole out of Cayuga, the MRC Racing Lift the Visor, sponsored number 73. It's Megan Mitchell. On the outside of row number 1 in the number 14. Custom signs and graphics out of Arthur. The number 14 is Scott Tonelli.
Going from spot number 3 in car number 30, it'll be Dale Lucas out of Kitchener, the Valvoline Canada. Tabar Services number 30, and to his outside in car number 0 from Fergus, that is Phil Givens.
And again, we've got some multiple choice lining up on the inside of the next row. It's one of the 48 machines, and apologies, folks, we did not receive lineups. The rain delay wreaked havoc on the program tonight and how lineups are going to receive. So it's any one of 3, and I'm going to see them come by here and see which 48 this is. 48C, which is not an option, but from Woodstock, the Tracy Ellis PC 275 Realty CTE Repair. 48C is Connor Ellis. Alongside in the number 242. Do you have a 242 on your list?
I do not.
I have a lengthy entry list here, and there is no 242 on it. So we'll get back to that one, folks.
Haley McNichol starts behind in the 17 out of Exeter, in the McNichol Welding and Fabricating Jennifer Hatch Maverick Real Estate, number 17. And alongside her in car number 8, Kyle Lucas out of Kitchener in the Valvoline Canada Tabar Services number 8.
Nice looking car for Kyle Lucas. Next car back, and we got to give a tip of the hat for helping to dry off the racetrack. I noticed that. This was one of the first race cars out there to help dry things off. Out of Beachville, the Siskins Law Firm, Triple B Racing, number 55 of Craig Cole. Behind Craig in the 73 from London, the A1 Electric Motors, D's Detailing, Ace Auto Part 73 is Jordan Morris.
In car number 90 out of Milton, the Presley's Pumpkin Patch number 90 is Andy Weller. And then in car number 28 out of London, it's Joe Lawrence. Joe Lawrence in the 28.
The 71 comes out of Elmville, the J&B Recycling, Jennifer Hatch Maverick Real Estate, Lucknow Auto Parts. 71 is Zach Hatch. And alongside, out of Ohsweken in the 28T, and we have to say a hello. We understand Don Thompson Sr. watching this driver out of Ohsweken, the Cool Kids Ice and Water Club 54 Racing 28T. It's Cameron Thompson.
And we've got Kent Taylor in the 22 out of Burlington, the Oakville Blueprinting Machine. And alongside him in car number 16, that'll be Alex Stewart out of Arthur in the Caldecott Mill Writing Services Stewie's Photography, number 16.
The 6 comes out of Waterford. That's the Graphics Marketing Solutions Buckwald Landscape, number 6 of Mark Thorne. Then alongside Mark Thorne in the 42 from Hamilton, the BTX Trucking Vista Security 42 is Leo Barbera.
And we've got the 48.
And I believe
that's Steve DeLue, is it not?
I think you're
out
right.
Of Hamilton in the Chels Apps Graphic Design Rogue Barbecue, number 48. And then, is that Dan Viss? Dan V?
I'm not sure. They just switched lanes, inside for outside, outside for inside.
Oh, no, that's the other.
The FMC Truck and Auto number 52 is from Hamilton. That's Rick Van Cleef. And we're about to go green, folks, for pure stock racing action. We will try to introduce you to the rest of the starting grid, but as I say, it is a handful. Green flag is out.
Jillian Hill's also out there in the 32 at the back of this one. And, oh, it's squirrely up front.
Oh, Phil Givens trying to stick his nose up the middle, 3 wide. Megan Mitchell out in front in that 73. Let's see who is driving that 242. We may see that as they cross the start-finish line, but
Max Chichok, an old name from Ohsweken Speedway.
Megan Mitchell going to lead lap number 1.
Those are Tommy Googe days. Max Chichok, a multi-time winner at Ohsweken Speedway when we had the infield bomber track.
Nice clean-looking car out in front. Megan Mitchell leads the way over Scott Tonelli. Kyle Lucas running third, but he gets overtaken by Phil Givens in the 0.
Wow. Scott Tonelli making the moves now to the inside of the 73 of Megan Mitchell as they work off of corner number 4. That front pack, the first half of the field all clumped together.
Look at Jordan Morris up on the outside. We got a pair of 73s battling for the lead. Jordan Morris up on the high side. Let's see if he takes it to the outside of Megan Mitchell down through 3 and 4. That's what he's going to try.
To the outside. And Morris now draws even with the 73 of Mitchell. Givens back there in the 3rd spot.
Fantastic pass by Jordan Morris over Megan Mitchell to take the lead. As we said, Phil Givens back in 3rd trying to close the distance.
So Jordan Morris leads over Megan Mitchell, and then it's Phil Givens side by side, the 90. It's actually Gary Slamma in the 90. I think we had Andy Wheeler.
We had Andy Weller driving that machine.
Craig Cole in the 55 to the outside of the 90. And here comes Haley McNichol as well in that 6th spot.
Yellow flag is out.
I was going to say the leaders were bearing down on that number 48 of Steve DeLue. But Steve will be able to get it into the pit area. Yes, so 242 is actually listed as 24 on our lineup. Max Chichok of Dunville. Ruben Flute also out there in the 48F. Ronald Goodfellow in the 07, the 57 of Jimmy Hooper.
So we'll run you back through the field. You got back as far as Hooper, running in what spot, Greg? Well, 20th.
20th. I think we've got everyone covered other than, did we get Mark Thorne is in the 6th?
Yeah, Mark Thorne in the 6th.
Oh, and Nicole Stewart in the 78.
Yep, in the 78. I believe this is her racing debut in that Caldecott Millwrights number 78. Holding her own, running a steady line.
So 33 laps left to go here in this 40-lap pure stock feature event.
I thought the leader just broke. They showed a 73 with the window net down sitting on the infield, but that must be Jordan Morris's other car. So the mini stock is on the infield. The pure stock is out here pacing this field in the lead on the back straightaway. Dave Franks lurking across the infield in turn number 1, looking for his next big shot.
We're still looking for ours.
Where is Dale Calden, our G-Force TV cameraman extraordinaire?
Right in front of the tow truck.
Do you keep tabs on your dad?
Always.
Like,
Yes.
do you like to know
yes.
where he's at? Yep.
Yeah. And there's been
Makes
some close
total
calls.
sense. Yes.
And now it was okay back a number of years ago when we'd be at Oshwegan Speedway, and he would listen to the FM. He stopped doing that a few years back, but he would listen on FM. So if there was something coming, I'd give a little shout on the FM and just a heads up. But
our code word is, Dad, watch out!
Yeah, I think I did that one night. There's a replay of a sportsman driver whose name fails me right now. Came awful close. I don't have a child out there racing, so I don't know what that feeling's like, but I got a parent in the infield that's...
No, and it is different. I wasn't really worried for Connor. I feel really bad over what happened there, and it sort of runs through my mind, and then I feel bad that I'm letting that run through my mind instead of the action that we're calling, but that's just how it is.
Field bunched up, back to the green flag next time by. And I think this restart's going to be as exciting as the original start was. Nope, now I think they're waving off the restarts, the yellow flag. Displayed up here in corner 2. I noticed especially in the opening laps, there's such a difference in speed entering the corner. Some cars are just throwing it into the corner. Others are kind of letting off, trying to take the corner in a different approach, and it's scary to watch because there's so many cars out there in this pure stock division.
It is much scarier to watch from up here than it is to be behind the wheel. Because behind the wheel, you're only focused on what's directly in front of you and where you're putting your own car. We see the result of everyone's decisions.
We see the 20 almost that happen.
You're absolutely right.
Here we go. Wow, Jordan Morris kind of slipped ahead there.
Yeah, that was an ugly restart. I wasn't even sure if they were going to throw the green there, but they did. Jordan Morris out in front. Phil Givens up to second. Megan Mitchell is dropping some spots here. Gary Slamma up to third. We've got one around all the infield between 1 and 2.
Somehow they all straightened out. Oh, the pylon took it.
Is it just me, or does that yellow flag look like a white flag?
It's not just you.
Okay.
My skin is more yellow than that flag, and we all know how pale I am. I think it's just the sunlight.
Could be. So quite a start there by Jordan Morris. I'm kind of waiting to see what the officials thought of it. Why do we have Joe Lawrence running in the second spot?
Definitely a glitch in the scoring there.
It would seem.
It's Jordan Morris, Phil Givens, and Gary Slama right now the top three. Then Max Chichok running in fourth. And the 55 of Craig Cole completing the top five.
One car working their way back to the front. Okay, I thought that might happen. Megan Mitchell in the 73 back towards the front. Looks like no penalty being given there to Jordan Morris. It was an ugly restart, that last restart that we witnessed. And I believe the Pure Stocks are going 40 laps.
Yep. As Spencer continues to fill the jar in the trailer.
Do you ever reflect on the last 10 seconds of your life and say, did I say that out loud or did I just think it? And you're kind of looking around to see if anyone's reacting because you're not sure. Hey, Greg, this happens to me constantly. Like, this is my life. Did I let those words fall out of my mouth? Too late to worry about it now. Carry on.
No, I'm the opposite.
A little guarded.
I'm very guarded.
Screw that. So Jordan Morris going to lead the way. Megan Mitchell going to restart in the second spot in the 73. And Spencer, if you ask if we can hear you now, we're going to tell you later on that we could hear you the entire time. And we've been taking notes. So for those of you wondering at home, the mystery. So production normally talks in your ear when there's something that needs to be said. They give us cues. They let us know, hey, we're about to go here. Hey, throw to Clinton on the track. Hey, we're going to commercial.
I've heard those words once or twice.
Other than that, tonight it's been live. Like, so we've got production in our ear at all times, and it's colorful. Is it always that colorful? Man, oh man. It's been fun though. It's a different, it's a different.
It's a show within a show.
That's right. It's like the really techno and lame version of Girls Gone Wild.
Techie's Gone Wild.
It doesn't have the same ring to it.
Techie's on the town.
Oh dear.
All right, let's get back to some racing here with 32 laps left to go. And now, is it Morris going early or is it Mitchell holding back too far?
I'm not sure. Like that's a good question. That's a fair question. And if they crash and we see another restart, I'll give you my impressions. But Jordan Morris out in front. Phil Givens in the 0 running in the second spot. Now Gary Slama up to third. So for the second restart in a row, things have not gone the way for Megan Mitchell in the 73.
And I'll give it to Jordan Morris because I think on that restart, he looked like he said, hey, I tried. Okay, I'm going. Forget it. I'm not waiting any longer. So I think it was all fair on his part.
Doug Leonard has a pretty good eye up there in the tower, and I hate to throw kindness his way because he's Doug Leonard, and it's just not how we roll, but he does a pretty good job at that sort of thing, so we'll trust his judgment as Megan Mitchell being overtaken by Chichok now. In fact, Craig Cole on the outside, Chichok on the inside of the 73 of Mitchell.
So here comes Jordan Morris across the line to the outside of the lap car of Stewart. Then you've got Slam in second, Givens in third. Some names we're not surprised to see up the front, and now Megan Mitchell creeping through corner number 4 down to the infield. We stay under the green flag though.
But her car is smiling.
Yeah, I noticed that now.
Megan Mitchell back on the track, back up to speed. Jordan Morris just a few car lanes behind with Gary Slama trying to close the distance on the race leader. And as long as we stay green, we will be in a traffic situation pretty much for the rest of this race, I believe, Greg.
Jordan Morris working through lap traffic right now. He's got Gary Slama trying to track him down. Givens and McNichol having a good battle right now, and shout out to Haley McNichol, who's doing a really good job there in that 4th position, the number 17.
Holding her own for sure out there, and then looking to challenge for a podium spot on Phil Givens in the 0. McNichol having a look to the inside, down into 1. Little bit of bumper to Phil Givens, and then a little bit more, and a little bit more. And
they continue at it right now for that 2nd spot, and as we see a pack of cars coming down the back stretch. All kinds of action all the way around the racetrack.
Behind them is Joe Lawrence holding off Cheechak. And what's a battle for the 5th spot down into turn number 3. So we've got little clumps of battles all around the racetrack as DeLue looks to be going up in smoke there. That orange number 48 putting out all sorts of smoky.
All kinds of action from one end to the other. Right now is Slamma trying to track down Jordan Morris, and he does so at the line that time. He leads the lap into the inside of DeLue. Oh, that allows Morris around the outside.
Morris to the outside. Slamma had committed to the bottom. That slower car getting out of the way to the inside. Being black flagged. In fact, Steve DeLue, the 2nd lap around, he's getting the black flag. It looks like he's working his way towards the bottom of the racetrack. Not sure if it's to get off in the infield or just get out of the way of the leaders. I think it's to get right into the infield.
So now some clear racetrack for Slamma to set his sights on Jordan Morris once again. Haley McNichol has worked up into the 3rd spot, put Phil Givens back to position number 4, and then Max Cheechak running in 5th.
Halfway, 20 laps down, 20 laps to go in this Pure Stock feature event. Thanks so much for tuning in on G-Force TV and this presentation by Young Drivers of Canada. Stage it with style. Caldecott Millwrights. What a great night for racing here at Flamboro Speedway.
Field continues to cycle around with Morris and Slamma. 1 and 2 down the back stretch right now as they work to the outside of the DeLue number 48. That's the other number 48. Sorry, that is actually Steve DeLue. The 48F that was black flagged, that is Ruben Flute out of Hamilton, so he's pulled that car to the infield.
Okay.
That one looks to be a Cavalier or a Sunfire. The other one is a Honda, or completely different make. Both orange, both 48. So DeLue still on the track as the leaders have worked by him and now continue to add cars to the lap down list, as now they're about to catch the 55 of Craig Cole, who at one time not too long ago was 5th.
Things change in a hurry around here. We talked about that earlier. In fact, the intros that we shot that we never got to use because of the rain delay, that's exactly what we talked about, is the tough nature of this racetrack. And Haley McNichol, hang on to it. Sailed it down into turn number 1, got all sorts of sideways. You have to race the competition. You also have to race the track.
Here comes the battle for the lead. Slamma down to the inside of Morris with a lap car in front. Last time this happened, it worked for Jordan Morris and not Slamma. They're going to go 3 wide into the 3rd corner for the lead. Slamma comes out on top this time.
Slamma up front. Jordan Morris right on his back bumper as they work down the front straightaway towards turn number 1. Slamma opens up a couple of car lengths, but with the amount of traffic in front of these 2 leaders, I don't think he can hope to open any advantage over 2nd place.
Heavy lap traffic in front of the leaders. Gary Slamma leads them off of corner number 4. This time that'll be 13 laps left to go with Jordan Morris in tow. And it is a straightaway back to 3rd place. Haley McNichol, Phil Givens, and Max Cheechak were the top 5. Although I think Joe Lawrence has worked his way now into 3rd.
Slamma's doing a great job of making the right choices each and every time, but now his choices are limited. I mean, there was 4 different lines down into turn 1. Cameron Thompson doing a nice job giving way to the leaders there in that black number 28.
Leaders thread through all of that as now they work the back end of the 55. Again, that is Craig Cole.
Yeah, Craig Cole was having a good run earlier on, and now just in front of Gary Slamma, the race leader, and Jordan Morris as they work off of turn number 4 down the front straightaway. Slamma going to look to the outside, but here they've already fanned out too wide down into the corner as they go around Nicole Stewart. Slamma squeezes to the inside. Craig Cole didn't like that.
6 seconds back to third place. Right now, Joe Lawrence in the 28. Haley McNichol runs 4th. Phil Gibbons 5th. Max Chichok 6th. Kyle Lucas 7th. Leo LaBarbera in 8th. 9th, Dale Lucas. And 10th, Cameron Thompson. So right now, I think Dale Lucas just got lapped. So we are looking at 8 cars left on the lead lap.
And now Gary Slamma's in a tough spot. Leo LaBarbera on the inside, Craig Cole on the outside, and they are both fairly quick. They're closing in on a slower car, 4 wide down the backstretch.
Yeah, Slam, I think, thought better at that move down there. Going into corner number 3, he's got some distance between he and Jordan Morris. Now he'll look to the inside. Still can't get by these two going side by side, and that's allowing Morris to close the gap again.
And Leo LaBarbera doing nothing wrong there. He's running a line. He's in a battle of his own. He's got every right to the lanes on the racetrack that he's running as Craig Cole goes around him and then defends the inside of the racetrack.
And now they've got lap cars in front of them.
It'll be 5 laps to go this time at the stripe. Slamma gets around LaBarbera. Now he'll close in on Craig Cole, who is swinging to the outside, the Duluth 48.
Something definitely wrong with timing and scoring because Joe Lawrence keeps hopping in and out of the top 5. Now he's not even in our list, so Haley McNichol scored his 3rd, but I think Joe was up there in the top 3 right now.
Yeah, looks like he should be.
He's kept pace, and I was kind of watching to see if he was closing the gap at all. Because in all of this, yeah, the 28 is definitely drawing closer to Jordan Morris than he was. He was almost 8 seconds back not too long ago.
So down the front straightaway, Gary Slamma now has an open windshield, clear sailing in front of him. He's going to get 2 to go this time at the stripe, and he's got lots of room. Now things can change in a hurry here, but he's got some room to work with right now.
It off of corner number 4. 2 laps left to go for Gary Slamma over Jordan Morris in the 2nd spot.
As I say, he's got clear sailing half a straightaway ahead, like it should have been a wreck.
Well, he'll have 1 lap left to do it this time by as Gary Slamma works off of corner number 4 to the white flag.
Slamma through 1 and 2. He does not have to make any more passes. He can just run right where he's at. Not worry about closing in because he's got half a straightaway gap back to Jordan Morris in 2nd. Coming to the checkered flag, Gary Slamma going to take the pure stock victory. Coming home in 2nd is going to be Jordan Morris. 3rd will go to Joe Lawrence, we believe, contrary to the timing and scoring. And 4th will be Haley McNichol.
And we'll have to see if Joe Lawrence goes to victory lane to be in the podium finishers there, as scoring has him a lap down, but at one point he was right up there in the 3rd spot. So we'll see how this one plays out. Nonetheless, the top 2 are locked in. Gary Slamma picks up the win over Jordan Morris. As no, looks, well, yeah, this is going to confuse it. Haley McNichol and Joe Lawrence pull into the infield. Just when we thought this would help us figure out who finished where, they both pull into victory lane.
4-person podium. We like to do things a little differently.
It could be a situation where just 1 lap Joe Lawrence's transponder did not pick up because he never got passed by the leaders. And I do believe he was up there in the top 3, so he'll grab third as Haley McNichol will go to the pit area in the 4th spot, but great run for her as well. Let's send it down to victory lane, Clinton Jeffrey.
Landy Weller calls out of the 90 car here. Not his first trip to victory lane here at Flamboro. Done it many times, Andy. Congratulations. What a way to start off your 2021 racing season here at Flamboro at home.
Thank you. I'm Gary.
Oh, sorry.
Andy owns the car. Yeah. He's got a bad knee tonight, so he let me drive it. So, yeah, here we are. Awesome.
Okay, so we got to fill in your whole name then, because the boys in the booth probably thought it was Andy too.
Yeah, Gary Slama. Yeah, I've raced with Andy for years. He's a great guy, a lot of fun. Thanks to G-Force TV and Flamboro Speedway for putting this on. Everybody, it's just a good night.
It's got to feel pretty good to be back at the track.
It does, it does. It feels good to run in traffic too.
Right on. Enjoy it, Gary.
Thanks, buddy.
You got it done. We'll get over here and talk to Jordan Morris next. Jordan, you were running pretty good there. You know, he got by at the end, but you were dominating this one for the first half. Are you happy with your drive tonight?
I'm happy with it. I wish we could have pulled off the win, but he was fast.
Lots of traffic out there. Talk about trying to navigate some of these slower cars 4 wide as you're moving up.
Yeah, that's tricky sometimes. He picked me off pretty good there when he got by, and I couldn't pull the move back off.
Solid drive, Jordan.
Thank you.
Jordan, I'm going to over here and talk to another guy. Joe, are you lost tonight? You're kind of in the wrong car, defending APC champion. This is the last way we thought you'd be tuning up for the big series coming up on July 2nd, Joe, but just having fun with the boys. What's the story here?
Oh, yeah, my brother worked tonight, so he's like, well, if you want to take car out, you're more than welcome. So I was like, heck, we're going there anyways to help some late models. Might as well have some fun myself. So I got to thank him and Sarah for getting the car ready. Obviously, and my fiance and family coming. We're camping here to have some fun. Always so much support in this, and then you know, came up third, but it was a lot of fun. Those guys they know how to get through traffic real good, and it's a fun way to learn in these bone stocks.
Let's switch gears a little bit. APC race coming up July 2nd. Are you and your team ready to go at it again?
We're just about. We got some little things left on the car. We'll hopefully hit up practice day for Delaware and really fine tune it in. And you know, there's a lot of good competition, so gotta bring your A game and hope for the best.
Enjoy the camp tonight, Joe.
Thank you. Have a good one.
There's Joe Lawrence, your APC defending champion, having some fun here out with the 4 cylinders. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Clinton. 1 race left to go. It's the Grisdale Triple Crown race number 1 for the Pro Late Models. 100 laps coming up next here at Flamboro Speedway on G-Force TV.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave Chicken Wings. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
Take a lap. Yeah. Right. And I was like, dude, you're gonna get us lost. You're not doing it.
I've got this.
1.3 million graduates have learned to safely avoid head-on collisions. Visit yd.com now to sign up for a young driver's course near you.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they are made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Wick perfected fire. Quick Wick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Wick retailer at quickwick.com.
Flamboro Speedway on G-Force TV. I'm Greg Kellman. With me, Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey down trackside as we have 1 race remaining. It's the biggest of them all. The Grisdale Racing Products Triple Crown. Round number 1, 100 laps for the Pro Late Models as they get set to head out onto the racetrack. And Adam, it's been quite a while since they were out on the track last. I think it was between 3:15 and 3:45 was their practice time. Rains came, no qualifying. Here we are, 9 p.m. I'm sure there's been some adjusting since that time.
You would think so. These drivers are pretty sharp. They've all competed here at Flamboro Speedway before, for the most part, so I expect they'll be able to keep up with the adjustments. Visibility shouldn't be a problem. There's still plenty of daylight out here. This is just going to be some wild racing. I'd look at the lineup. How about first and third? Talk about some... We've got drivers who don't come into this race with a lot of love amongst each other. A lot of them are friendly. Some of them are not. I think they all realize, hey, you got to get along to the point where these are pretty expensive toys. You don't want to tear them up, but at the same time, I mean, two drivers that were involved in quite the mix-ups over the last few years, Shea Gemmell and J.R. Fitzpatrick, starting one behind the other in this feature event. And here they come now, the Grisdale Triple Crown Pro Late Models. Yeah, that's an interesting twist. We knew how they ran in practice, and Greg, being as sharp as he is, just realized they have inverted the top 10 fastest time. So J.R. Fitzpatrick was the fastest car in practice. He will start from the outside of row number 5. Let's give you the starting lineup. On the pole out of Otterville, the Spark Power Castrol Edge number 88. It's Rick Verburn, and on the outside of row number 1 out of Hayersville, the Fernbrook Homes, number 13 is Shane McGinnis.
Row number 2 on the inside will be Sean Chenoweth out of Airont here in the London Recreational Racing, number 89, and to his outside, the winner of Frosttoberfest in car number 31 out of Coldwater, the Caldecott Millwright. Praxair 31 is Jade Franklin.
Next in line from Mount Albert, the Pride Seeds Vibrant Farms number 52 is Jake Sheridan. Alongside him from Chesley, the Canadian Flat Roof Systems APC Auto Parts Centers number 17, Josh Stoddy.
Starting in the 7th spot out of Grimsby in the RenaMotoGroup.com Ace Services number 32, it's Trayton Lapsovich. And to the outside, going from 8th out of Dorchester, the North Country Property Maintenance APC Auto Parts Center number 3 of Shea Gemmell.
Starting in 9th from Milverton, the Quick Fire Starter, A.W. Millwright. Stewart's Equipment number 24 is Kyle Steckley. And starting 10th from Cambridge, the Transaxle H2Go Mobile Wash number 84 of J.R. Fitzpatrick.
Pulling off 11th out of Hamilton, the SSG Gloves Holdaway Motorsports car number 4 of Connor James. And going from 12th out of Milton, the Transport Trailer Sales Maple City Tire 27, Matt Box.
On the inside of row number 7, another number 27 from Oakland, the Waste Coast Savaris Professional Services, number 27 of Kevin Albers. And alongside him from Windsor, the McCall Racing Enterprises, number 03M, it's Ray Morneau.
Starting in 15th out of Cambridge in car number 1, the glass floor coating car number 1, that is Sean McGlynn. And going from spot number 16 out of Milton, the Oakville Stamping and Bending Pro Concrete and Paving 03, Jake Gilbert.
Starting in 17th out of Milton, the number 18 is David Gallinger. And on the outside of row number 9 from Fraserville, the Custom Framing, number 79 is James Horner.
Starting in 19th out of Mount Forest, the Johns Towing Driven Auto 06, Kyle Woods. And rolling off 20th in the 03C is Dario Capercio. Is that how you say that last name?
I think it's close. I usually say it Capercio, but I could be wrong. So if you say it your way and I say it my way, we'll be half and half. One of us is right. 50% success rate is okay. Remember the conversation we had earlier, when you shoot for mediocrity, Greg, you often hit your target.
So these cars will get a few laps just to run things in here. Like we said, it's been a number of hours, almost 6 hours since they've been on the racetrack. Again, around 4 o'clock, we had showers come in. It was never really a hard rainfall this afternoon, but it was enough to keep us from having cars on the track. And then by the time they got the track dried out, we were about 6:30, about an hour behind. Qualifying time trials were wiped out, and starting by their time trial speeds, and as we just mentioned, the top 10 of these late models inverted.
Have I ever mentioned that I don't like the warming up of the tires?
No, you haven't. Why?
I've never, because it's the same for everybody. Drop the green flag and let them go. Nobody has crashed. Nobody is out of control. Line them up, start the race. It's always struck me as curious.
Is that at the driver's request, or does the track normally just do that?
I'm not sure. It's a long-held tradition. There are places where it might make sense, Jukasa Motor Speedway, if they want to get a heat cycle into the tires. But there are other places, I mean, it's not Frostfest. You don't have to build a ton of heat into the tires. The outside temperature is acceptable. I just needed something to complain about for that 30 seconds or so.
Valid point. How about Rick Verburn on the pole for this one, Super Stocks 1 year ago? First time in the Pro Late Model. Pole position in what is a very good car, nonetheless.
He is the crew chief for DJ Kennington on the NASCAR Pinty Series, and if I'm not mistaken, his kid, DJ's kid, Kenny Forth's kid, they're all racing in micro sprints down in Tilsonburg these days.
Right along shot there. Clinton Jeffrey down in the infield here tonight.
I've been watching a lot of race streams, Greg. I have an addiction. I have a lot of subscriptions. I watch a lot of races. I would put our camera crew up and our production team up against anybody in the sport. They put on a great show. We give some great looks. How about that retro paint scheme on J.R. Fitzpatrick's number 84? That's a cool looking ride.
We're going to get to see that car, I think, work through the top 10 here very quickly. Pace truck pulls off in corner number 3. We're ready to go. 100 laps. The Grisdale Racing Products Triple Crown race number 1.
Good start for Rick Verburn. Gets out in front, clears the Shane McGinnis number 13. So does Sean Chenoweth. Whoa, Chenoweth sideways in that number 89. That bottlenecks the field as we've got one around at the back. That is Woods, I believe, in the 06, who has gone around backwards.
We did manage to get that one lap in as Woods gets the car back around, and we'll join the tail of the field. That was an interesting first lap. Rick Verburn did a nice job holding his own on the drop of the green flag down into corner number 1 and took that corner nice and wide and gave himself some room to run away off of corner 2. And then the troubles for Sean Chenoweth coming off of corner 4, but he's up there in that second spot.
We'll see how time and scoring shakes down and restacks the field, but I believe they would have counted the first lap, so I believe they'll probably line up pretty much the way they are. Rick Verburn did a nice job on that start to clear the 13 of Shane McGinnis off of turn number 2. McGinnis is a veteran. He ran a lot of seasons here at Flamboro Speedway, so starting on the outside would not be uncomfortable to him at all.
Talk about someone who got a good start there. Kyle Steckley, who started back in the 9th position. He's up to 6th already on that first lap in the Quick Fire Starters car number 24. Keep an eye on him as well. Second quick in practice this afternoon.
There was a mishap on the back straightaway, and I think Shea Gemmel might have got the short end of that. And we're going to show off a new feature this year. Quick, fire it up on this start. That means, Greg, you and I are going to shut up for a little bit, and the fans can enjoy the sounds of these race cars, courtesy of Quick Fire Starters.
heavy impact on the front end of that machine. He does drive away. Jade Franklin's got damage.
JR couldn't see where he was going there. He drove away, got in the back of Josh Stoddy in the 17. If I'm going by memory, we're going to see a restart. We're going to see the 88 of Rick Verburn get pretty squirrely. I'm not sure how much help he had there.
Matt Box involved, Kyle Steckley.
Matt Box did a nice job to get that car locked down. Spinning out to me is not crashing, but as I say, Matt Box did a nice job. He is dog tracking. Yeah. The rear end is crooked in that race car.
You know, for how in the middle of that Kyle Steckley was, the front end of that car doesn't look too bad. Let's send it down to Clinton Jeffrey.
Well, Josh Stoddy in the 17 car here, you can see the rear end is all askew in the car. He just fired up like he's going to drive away, but that rear end is not in the right place. The trailing arms, and now they're telling him to hook it up from the back. You can see right here, the wheel's pushed up in. This whole wheel has shifted ahead about 6 inches. It should be centered in the hole. Obviously something broken underneath the car here, guys.
So a trailing arm or a trailing arm bracket on the 17, which will cause that car to go completely askew, the same as Matt Box in the number 27. I'd like to, if we can, Spencer, if we can get a look at that again, I want to see who might have got into the back of Rick Verburn in the 88, because I believe something did.
Okay, so did he come off a corner too? It looked like the back end started kind of going around, and then Shane McGinnis was on the outside and just, he had the foot in the throttle. I don't think it was a...
Yeah, it's one of those things you've got to keep going.
Yeah.
So Josh Stoddy is out of that car having a look under the back end. Brand new sponsorship on the quarter panel, a Canadian Flat Roof Systems sponsorship on the rear quarter panels. Let's see if Clint can have a word with Josh Stoddy.
Well, Josh, this ain't the way you want to start 2021. What happened there on the back straightaway?
I couldn't really see what was ahead of me, but a couple cars got tangled up and the one guy got spun sideways lap one. It's pretty frustrating. We've worked really hard all winter to be here. The car wasn't too bad. We got a lot of great supporters. Was really hoping to give a good run for my dad for Father's Day, but just wasn't our night. We broke the rear end.
We saw you crawling under it. Is it the trailing arms or what's wrong under there?
The pinion's bent right down, so I'm not sure if we broke a trailing arm or what's going on, or if it's the rear end itself, but something's definitely not right. You can see the tire skipping all along there, so very frustrating, but we'll get her fixed up. We'll be competitive. We're going to Sunset next week. I got to thank Canadian Flat Roof Systems, the cooperators, McDonnell Fuels, Jackson Construction, Lang's General Contracting, ABC. Everyone that's a part of these cars does a great job in supporting us, and we really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Josh, hopefully we can talk to you in better terms in the coming weeks, man.
Yeah, I hope so.
A dejected Josh Stoddy walks away here from this formerly gorgeous number 17, guys.
You know, that's heartbreaking, Adam, because you watch these teams, especially now with Facebook, social media, and you watch someone like Josh Stoddy who does a great job on social media, and he's on there posting progress of each, step of building that car to ta-da, here it is, it's done, and then lap one, this is going to happen.
So Sean Chenoweth got a darn good restart there. Rick Verburn did get a little bit loose, slid up there in front of Shane McGinnis. I'll give my opinion, but I want to preface it with this. When you get jacked up, there's quite often you're a passenger, and things happen. I remember a Rusty Wallace interview in Circle Track magazine from when I was a kid, going back to the 80s. And he said, if I could tell you how many times when my car was pointed to the infield, I just jumped on the throttle and kept it going to the infield. He said that there comes a point when the best thing you can do for yourself is get out of harm's way, spin that car out when it's gone. And Rick Verburn never stopped driving it, to his credit. And of course he had someone behind him kind of jacking him up there. But it's always worse when the car snaps back. So that spark power number 88. And again, I'm not saying it's a driver error. I'm saying it's a combination of things. That infield is beautiful green grass here at Flamboro Speedway, and it's a soft landing when things go wrong. Connor James in the SSG gloves number 4, he did a nice job weeding his way through that accident.
And so did Kevin Elbers. If you watch the video, he got down to the infield just in time, and that's going to put him in a pretty decent spot here when we get back to the green flag. I think that'll land him in the 7th position. Sean Chenoweth out in front over Jake Sheridan. Then it's Shane McGinnis in 3rd. And Trayton Lapsevich back there in the 4th spot. Kyle Steckley remaining up there in the top 5. He did sustain nose damage, but it looks pretty much just cosmetic at this point. 6th is Connor James, who made it through there, I think, completely unscathed. 7th is Kevin Elbers. 8th, Sean McGlynn. 9th is Ray Morneau. And 10th, Jake Gilbert. Looks like David Gallinger is going to be 11th. Kyle Woods, 12th. 13th, Dario Capercio. And Shea Gemmel out there in the 14th spot now. And if you didn't hear your driver's name past that, they're in the pit area.
There's another car heading on to the racetrack. It's a black late model. Waiting to see if J.R. Fitzpatrick makes the repairs to his car. This does not look like
Jade Franklin.
I think you're right.
Yeah, he had the right side damage on that car. They've chopped off a bit of the front fender, but what a change for him from where we left off in 2020 to where we are now. The big win at Frosttoberfest. And now we'll have to start at the tail here on lap number 1 still. Field bunch back up.
I seem to remember in the old days you used to be able to sit in the front. Oh, maybe it's because we're calling from turn 1 now, and I've announced here before, but always from the start-finish line, where you can see cars heading through the pits, and you usually can't tell who it is, but you can kind of see the dust coming up as they work up the access road. We'll see if there's any late comers, but I don't think so. Let's try this again. Quick, fire it up. Hopefully we'll have better results.
Better quick fire starter, fire it up. The sights and sounds of the pro late models here at Flamboro Speedway on G-Force TV. Sean Chenoweth out in front, side-by-side battle behind him. It's Jake Sheridan on the bottom, Trayton Lapsevich around the outside.
Trayton Lapsevich, I mean, you could not have slid a credit card between him and the 52 of Sheridan or him and the 52 with the outside wall the lap before, and he did not give an inch. He drove it down into the corner, finished that pass, and now he sets his sights on Sean Chenoweth in the beautiful London Recreational Racing number 89.
Leads him across the stripe. 5 laps complete. 95 still to go here in this Grisdale Racing Products Triple Crown race number 1. As they go down the backstretch, Chenoweth leads over Lapsevich, Sheridan, and then you've got that 13 machine of McGinnis and Kyle Steckley hanging in the top 5.
Yeah, Steckley back there in 5th, and the quick number 24, Connor James in the SSG gloves number 4, running in the 6th spot. Kevin Albers 7th. How about Sean McGlynn in 8th and then number 1? We talk about all these brand new race cars and new technology. there is not much new in the number 1 of Sean McGlynn.
Here comes Trayton Lapsevich looking down to the inside of Sean Chenoweth in corner number 1. Whoa, close quarters there.
A little tickle of the left rear quarter panel of Sean Chenoweth. Lapsevich had the nose there. Chenoweth is a veteran. He knows how this is done as well, so he comes across the nose of Trayton Lapsevich, but he learned a little something there in that exchange.
First of the lap cars in sight of the leaders, and that will be the 06 of Kyle Woods as Chenoweth leads over Lapsevich. Sheridan, McGinnis, who's trying to put a little pressure on Sheridan, and Kyle Steckley hanging in the 5th spot. Connor James could run up there in 6th. Oh, Woods spins in front of the leaders. Everyone does a nice job. And to Woods' credit, he dove down to the inside. He was trying to get out of the way of the leaders and just overcooked the corner a little bit there.
You get down on the apron, Greg, and there's no banking, and it doesn't look like much. When you look at it on TV, hell, we're sitting right above turn number 1, and you look at it, and there's not much difference between the apron and the bottom groove. But let me tell you, if you carve your car down on the apron and think it's going to do the same thing as it did in that little bit of banking, you're mistaken.
Job by everyone there, and Kyle did a good job to get the car rolled back down out of the way quickly. No harm, no foul, thankfully there. With 88 laps left to go, 12th complete here in the Grisdale Racing Products Triple Crown race number 1. Sean Chenoweth leads over Trayton Lapsevich. Jake Sheridan running in the 3rd spot. Shane McGinnis in 4th. Kyle Steckley 5th. 6th is the 4 of Connor James. 7th, Kevin Elbers in the 27. Sean McGlynn running in 8th in car number 1. Ray Morneau in the 03 runs 9th, and Jade Franklin in 10th. Shea Gemmel right now sits in the 11th spot. Jake Gilbert 12th in the 03. And then, Dario Capercio is still out there in the 13th spot. And 14th, David Gallinger. 15th, Kyle Wood. Everyone else off track, that'd be Rick Verburn, Josh Stoddy, J.R. Fitzpatrick, Matt Box, and James Horner.
So the little bits of gamesmanship that go on, Trayton Lapsevich went down the front stretch into turn 1, about a foot ahead of the race leader, Sean Chenoweth. So he's just trying to maintain position on the outside to not allow Chenoweth to put him in too deep of a disadvantage. So all of that jockeying put the 89 and the 32 side by side, door to door at the start finish line. But there's a full lap of racecraft that goes into achieving that.
Here they go, wheel to wheel in corner number 1. Great run by these two drivers, putting on a show at the front. Lapsevich right up against the wall. Chenoweth on the bottom. As they roll through 3 and 4, Lapsevich has got the run, and he's got the lead at the line.
Last time in 1 and 2, Chenoweth's car got out from under him a little bit, running between the apron and the banking. He was able to hang on to it, but that gave Lapsevich an advantage. Took him 2 more turns to complete the pass, but young Trayton Lapsevich out in front in the maiden voyage for this number 32 late model.
Not an easy thing to do to get it done on the outside line, and Trayton Lapsevich does it as he gets by Chenoweth, but Chenoweth not going away. He's right there within striking distance as they come across the line, this time by 84 laps to go, 16 complete.
Jade Franklin on the inside of Kevin Albers down through 1 and 2. He'll inch his way forward, push Albers up out of the groove just a little bit, but it looks like he's going to complete that pass for the 7th position.
Lapsevich trying to stretch his lead just a little bit over Chenoweth. Sheridan sitting there in that 3rd position. McGinnis 4th. And Connor James now has worked his way inside the top 5 as he gets by Kyle Steckley in that number 24. Connor James aboard the SSG Club's number 4 with some help from Holdaway Motorsports. Taylor Holdaway has been a big part of Connor James being behind the wheel of this number 4.
Yeah, James is a good, smooth race car driver, so I'm looking forward to see what he can do with Taylor Holdaway's support this year. Kyle Steckley in the 24 trying to put the pressure on the Connor James number 4, but again, very early in the race. So you want to see what you've got, but you don't want to take unnecessary risk just yet.
Laps complete, make it 21 this time by for Trayton Lapsovich. As things have settled down a little bit here as we get into the middle portions and middle stages of this 100-lap affair. Lapsovich leading the way. Chenoweth riding nicely in that second spot. No real pressure from Jake Sheridan or Shane McGinnis.
Shea Gemmel to the inside of Ray Morneau, just outside the top 10. And now all of our 0-3s can be together.
Field working around the 0-6 machine again of Kyle Woods. As the top 5, now top 6 have cleared.
Gemmel's on the march right now to the inside of Sean McGlynn. He moves himself one more spot closer to the front. He'll clear McGlynn down in turn 3 and try to close in on Kevin Albers.
And Gemmel always top competitor here. He has not had the finishes, obviously, as we've documented, that he'd won here at Flamboro Speedway. The fireworks we saw last year at Frosttoberfest.
So Trayton Lapsovich is opening up. I mean, it's a piece of a car length every lap over Sean Chenoweth. That last time, he was a little less than 1/10 of a second faster than the second place car.
Laps now on the board, 72 to go here at the Grisdale Racing Products. Triple Crown race number 1. Trayton Lapsovich leads the way over Sean Chenoweth here at Flamboro Speedway. Thanks for joining us here on G-Force TV. Hope you're enjoying it. Got plenty of racing to go here before this one is over.
Shea Gemmel has caught Kevin Albers down in 1 and 2. Nose to the inside, couldn't make it stick. We've got to run around in 3 and 4. That is Woods again in the 0-6 as the yellow flag will fly.
So 70 laps to go, 30 laps complete in this one. We go back under the caution flag. Trayton Lapsovich leading the way over Sean Chenoweth. Jake Sheridan right now running in the 3rd spot. Shane McGinnis in the 13 and the 4th position. Connor James, as we mentioned, worked his way into the top 5 in car number 4. Kyle Steckley holding on to that 6th spot in the 24 machine. Jade Franklin sits 7th. 8th is Kevin Albers in the 27. 9th is Shea Gemmel in the 3, and Sean McGlynn inside the top 10 in car number 1. Ray Morneau in the 11th spot. Jake Gilbert in the 0-3 sits in 12th. 13th, Dario Capuccio in the 0-3C. David Gallinger running in 14th, and Kyle Wood, the last car on the track, in the 15th spot. If you're just joining us, Rick Verburn, Josh Stoddy, J.R. Fitzpatrick, Matt Box, and James Horner all involved in a lap 1 crash. That was a wild one.
Took out some good equipment. Damaged some other equipment. The driver I want to watch after this restart is Shea Gemmel, driver the North Country number 3. He had made some great gains. He's going to restart on the inside here.
Yeah, inside row number 5.
And we will once again go with a quick fire it up for this restart.
Chance to see and hear the sights and sounds here at Flamboro Speedway on G-Force TV. As the Bennett GMC pace truck pulls off on the back stretch. Let's fire it up. So Sean Chenoweth up in corner number 4 will bring out the caution flag. Led laps early. What happened there?
How did that car come to a stop that quickly?
It almost looked like iRacing. It didn't look natural.
Racing alongside the, and Shane McGinnis, I was going to comment, had just manhandled the 4 of Connor James, so Sean Chenoweth getting things rolling again. Don't know that he's real happy with McGinnis as he comes across the front end of the 13. Oh, McGinnis comes from a day and age when Sean Chenoweth's dad, Bob, would have been racing. So sort of the end of Bob's career would have been near the start of Shane's career. And man, Scott Lyons, Rob Monday, Chuck Lawler, the physicality of the racing at that time was something to behold. But Shane McGinnis is unapologetically physical.
Heartbreaking for Sean, who I think it's fair to say 2020 had to be a disappointment for him, and a lot of it had nothing to do with him. Some of the things he got caught up in and the issues that they had, and it was good to see Sean back up there leading laps here at Flamboro Speedway, where he's had a lot of success, and I thought maybe he was going to have a good solid finish here tonight, and now that's not going to be the case as he pulls off. 67 laps left to go in this one.
And he may still have a good result in this race. We don't know what the problem is on that race car as he's taken it pit side to the attention of his crew. So we're not sure if he's going to be back on the racetrack or not. He drove off under his own power.
True. He could still make his way out, and still plenty of laps left.
Once again, thank you for the support for tonight's race. And I believe Chenoweth back on the racetrack. London Recreational Racing for one. Young Drivers of Canada, a huge part of the program. Stage it with style. Caldecott Millwright Services.
Back under the green flag. Some smoke mid-pack there. Not sure what that was all about. We'll keep an eye on it as once again, Trayton Lapsovich has been a master on these restarts, whether he's on the bottom or the outside. He plays the game well, I'll say that.
He's a student of the sport, that's for sure, as Kevin Albers just slammed the door on Ray Morneau deeper in the field. Morneau is tied up side to side in a battle with Sean McGlynn. And watch out, Freight Train Chenoweth is coming through, and I mean that in a positive way. He is about to put on a show.
Here comes Kyle Steckley. Remember, he was gobbled up in that lap 1 crash as the damage on the nose. Slipped outside of the top 5. Now he's worked his way back into the 3rd spot.
Sheridan hung up on the outside, doing battle with Connor James in that number 4, so they battle side by side. Here's Shea Gemmel right behind them. Gemmel knocking on the door of the top 5.
Lapsovich leads him down into corner number 3 with McGinnis about a car length back, then about 2 or 3 car lengths back to Kyle Steckley, and behind him it's a traffic jam from there on. As you got Connor James running in 4th, Jake Sheridan into the top 5, and Shea Gemmel and Jade Franklin go at it back behind the top 5 in that 6th and 7th spot.
Yeah, Franklin just took back a spot from Shea Gemmel in that 3 machine. A couple of drivers with a lot of speed there battling just outside the top 5.
Oh, Gemmel gets into the back end of Franklin. He'll go around. Sean McGlynn spins to miss the accident, backs in to the 31 of Franklin. Got some debris there laying in corner number 2.
Yeah, I believe that's a fender.
Shea Gemmel, Jade Franklin went back and forth there. You see it? Yep. Part of the fender there.
This place looks great on camera. Jade Franklin with some smoke coming out of that 31. I believe he's going to take it pit side. No, he stays on the track. Trayton Lapsevich, as you mentioned, doing a great job on these restarts. Shane McGinnis is a different animal, though, in that 13 machine. He goes into beast mode. He can be as physical as anybody out there. Sean Chenoweth going to line up, I believe, 10th for this restart, so just 5 rows behind the leader. And the things that play through my mind, Greg, when I watch a race like this, I really want Sean Chenoweth to catch the top 3. I want to see if he's calmed down or how physical he'll be. And it's not just a matter of, ooh, I want carnage. I really want to see how they decided to tackle a situation.
Literally?
Well, that too.
No, I think we all, in a way, want to see how that all plays out. But then, if you've worked that hard to get up into the top 3, do you want to do something to ruin what you've come back to do? That's just because you're trying to pay back.
The best way to exact revenge on someone is to beat them.
Yeah.
And no questions asked. The best way. Sometimes, when that's not possible, you turn them, right? Like that's an alternative. But the best way to seek revenge on someone, exact revenge, is to beat them. So let's see what Shane McGinnis has for our race leader, Trayton Lapsevich, as the lights are out on the Bennett GM pace truck.
39 laps complete, 61 to go. Final race of the night, the Grisdale Racing Products Triple Crown race number 1. Watch Trayton Lapsevich on this restart. He's been excellent so far, but first time lining up with Shane McGinnis. Let's see how this one plays out. Wow, McGinnis aggressive on that.
McGinnis was aggressive on the restart, got a good launch off of turn number 4, but Trayton Lapsevich really rotated into 1 and 2 and then squeezes McGinnis up towards the concrete. He'll lead the way off of turn number 4.
And then tries to scoot away, and he does. Gets a bit of a buffer zone between he and second place. Shane McGinnis, Kyle Steckley hanging on right now to that 3rd spot. Great run for the youngster. Connor James, another driver with a good solid run going.
Sean Chenoweth picked off a couple of spots on that restart. He's up into the 8th position in that 89, working on Kevin Albers in the 27.
Sheridan and Gemmel right now, well, they were side by side. Sheridan clears Gemmel. Gemmel will try on the outside, now looks low, coming down into corner number 1.
Chenoweth gets around Albers, put him up to the 7th position in that 89C. Albers still right on his bumper as Jake Gilbert gets up towards the outside wall in that 03 machine.
Trayton Lapsevich leading the way by about a car length over Shane McGinnis. Kyle Steckley in that 3rd position. As right now we are down to 56 laps left to go in this one.
Jade Franklin put the bumper to Sean McGlynn in turn number 4, trying to make a bump and run. McGlynn was up to the challenge, beat him down into 1 and 2, but Jade Franklin all over the back of Sean McGlynn as they race deep in this field.
Sean Chenoweth continues to work his way towards the front. He's up to 7th now. He was 10th on that restart, trying to catch the top 6. Still plenty of laps left to go. There's still 54 left on the scoreboard.
McGinnis holding pace almost with Trayton Lapsevich. He's got a gap back to Kyle Steckley, who's got Connor James right on his back bumper. Sean Chenoweth right now kind of in a pocket. You know, we talked about riding Lapsevich earlier on, finding himself in these little pockets where there's nobody around him. Might be the best thing for that 89C at the moment, but you know, under the helmet, he still wants to be up in that battle to work his way towards the podium.
And I'm sure we'll probably have a few more opportunities to see this field bunch back up, as we are 1 lap away from halfway. 49 laps on the scoreboard. Trayton Lapsevich stretching his advantage over Shane McGinnis. And so far, young Trayton has been the class of the field out in front. He's had a number of different competitors line up alongside, and he's gotten the better of them all on the restarts.
You know, he had the benefit, as we're 50 laps down, of not sustaining any damage in that lap 1 mishap that took out some good cars, damaged some other cars, so heads up driving on Lapsevic's part. But it's also nice to know that your car is unscathed out there as he leads the way, about 8 car lengths ahead of Shane McGuinness.
McGuinness second, then you've got Kyle Steckley running in third, Connor James in the 4th spot, Jake Sheridan running in 5th, 6th right now is Shea Gemmel, 7th Sean Chenoweth, 8th is Kevin Elbers, 9th Ray Morneau, and 10th is Jade Franklin, 13th Dario Capriccio, 12th is the one of Sean McGlynn, 13th Jake Gilbert, 14th David Gallagher, and 15th Kyle Wood.
Connor James looking a little racy behind Kyle Steckley in the 24 as they race down the front stretch into turn 1. Shea Gemmel the same on the 52 as Sheridan. In fact, Gemmel with the nose underneath the 52 through turn number 2, but not able to get the power down. But Shea Gemmel sees the 89 of Sean Chenoweth creeping up in his rear view mirror. He wants nothing to do with that.
Here comes Gemmel down to the inside, as you were just to point out as well. Ray Morneau and Kevin Elbers door-to-door down the backstretch as well, as Gemmel in front of them gets to the inside of Sheridan.
Gemmel with a nice move on Sheridan to take over that 5th spot. Sheridan back to 6th, Sean Chenoweth right behind him in 7th in the 89C as laps continue to tick away as we're in the middle portion of this Grisdale Triple Crown 100-lap event.
Funny, you watch some of these cars as they go by us. We're stationed here in corner number 1 and watching the brake rotor. Straight laps of it, you don't see any color. You see a little bit in Shane McGuinness's, nothing in Kyle Steckley's, and then everyone else has kind of got that glow of red going right now. Just some smooth driving out in front by Trayton Lapsevich, and Kyle Steckley also managing those brakes well.
Some slower traffic, and trouble in turn number 4. We've got one around, and that's Jade Franklin, I believe, in the 31 machine. He had been battling with the 03 of Ray Morneau. Ray Morneau driving the McCall house car tonight.
So back under the caution with 41 laps to go, 59 complete on the scoreboard. Don't forget, next Saturday night, Saturday, June the 26th, we'll be at the Southern Ontario Motor Speedway for our first dirt coverage of the season. The Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Tour will kick off with its inaugural event down in Merlin, Ontario, just south of Chatham. Also on the card, the UMP Modifieds and Late Models, Mini Mods, and Thunderstocks. Join us here on GeForceTV.net. Greg Kellman, Adam Ross here in the tower, Clinton Jeffrey down trackside. I want to give a shout out to all of our camera crew here today, working feverishly and sticking it out through the rain here today. They survived your barbecue cooking, Adam.
I noticed you did not partake.
No, I brought ham sandwiches, thanks.
What's the matter with you?
The cheese was a little iffy on the sandwiches I made, so maybe I won't be laughing later tonight.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Craig. That troubles me greatly.
So right now, Trayton Lapsevich out in front over Shane McGuinness. Kyle Steckley in the 3rd spot. Connor James sits in 4th. Shea Gemmel in 5th. Jake Sheridan running in the 6th spot. 7th is Sean Chenoweth. So he's going to be on the inside line of row number 4, creeping up towards the front. Ray Morneau, great run for him up into the 8th spot. Jade Franklin, before that caution flag, was in 9th, but he's going to get shuffled to the back, so that'll move Kevin Elbers to 9th. Dario Capriccio up into the top 10. 11th right now, Sean McGlynn. 12th, Jake Gilbert. 13th, David Gallagher. And the last car on the track will be Jade Franklin in that 14th position. Kyle Wood, Rick Verburn, Josh Stoddy, J.R. Fitzpatrick, Matt Box, and James Horner out of the race.
McGuinness again gets to the throttle a little bit quicker than Trayton Lapsevich in the 32, but Man, again, Lapsevich, that car just rotates, turns on a dime.
And he does not back down one little bit. He keeps the spot and leads the lap. Here comes Kyle Steckley and Connor James. These two are having a great night. Steckley, oh, he got all sorts of sideways off of corner number 2. Now James will look down low on him in 3.
Shea Gemmel looking to the inside of James. It was kind of an accordion of defending the inside, but look who's made it through there. Sean Chenoweth in the 89, Shea Gemmel in the 3, two very aggressive drivers moving through the field. And I've been impressed by Ray Morneau in that 0-3. He didn't set a torrid pace early in this race, but he seems to be going the right direction. As Sheridan with a problem, he has dropped all the way to the back. He is waving out the window.
I don't think we've seen a night where he has had good luck going on his side. Always up front, one of the contenders, and then something befalls him. So another bad break for Jake Sheridan.
Out in front, Drayton Lapsevich by 5 car lengths. One thing I don't do very often, but let's have a look at the times that last time across. A 15.587 for Drayton Lapsevich, a 15.666 for Shane McGinnis.
I think the fastest speed of the day was a 15.089, so it gives you an idea of the difference from this afternoon during practice to where they are now, about a half a second difference. Oh man, that battle for third is really shaping up. Kyle Steckley has it. Connor James is all over him. And oh, they make contact. Steckley into the front stretch wall.
You know, a little bit of contact. Connor James changing lanes behind Steckley, and we've got contact in turn number 1. Sean McGlynn around. That will bring out the yellow. I want to talk about something that you probably noticed, but I'm going to talk about it anyhow because that's what we do. 2 restarts ago, Sean Chenoweth restarted in row 5. Last restart, Sean Chenoweth restarted in row 4. This restart, Sean Chenoweth will restart in row 3. Just inching closer to the front of the field is the 89C of Sean Chenoweth.
34 laps left to go in this one. 66 complete in the Grisdale Racing Products Triple Crown, race number 1. And although we're in the last third of this race, this is probably where we're going to see the most things unravel here. That's the best word I can use to explain, because there's a lot going on right now. There's the Trayton and Shane McGinnis restarts, which have been entertaining. We've got that battle between Connor James and Kyle Steckley that's been going on for about 20 laps. And then, as you just mentioned, now let's add Sean Chenoweth into the mix, who's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder because he's trying to get up there and prove his point. And all the while, Shea Gemmel, who seems to be in the middle of the storm here tonight as well, is in that mix. So,
and a couple of drivers as quiet can be. And I've got to say, at least for Kevin Albers in the 27, that's kind of his MO. You don't notice that he's there, but he's always quick. He's always consistent. And Ray Morneau in that 0-3, hats off to them. They've run great races. And they're contending for a top 5 result. And again, the first of a 3-round Grisdale Triple Crown Series here at Flamboro Speedway.
I know Ray was pretty excited to get the call to drive this McCall Racing Products car here for this event, not his own ride. And he's showing he can get it done right now, up in that 7th position. White flag's out. We'll go back to the green flag next time around with 34 laps left to settle it. We're going to go with the quick fire starters. Fire it up. The sights and sounds of the Pro Late models coming back to life. Well, that fire isn't going to get fired up. Doug Leonard did not like the start there. So we're going to go under the yellow flag and try that one again. I miss. On Friday nights, Doug Leonard at Ohsweken Speedway is with us, and we can hear him in the tower. I miss when we're not there to hear.
I was just thinking that. I wonder what he has been saying over the one-way radio the last couple of restarts to the 13 of Shane McGinnis.
I know you don't like to say nice things about Doug, and that's in jest, but man, he is so good. I enjoy just listening to Doug. He's got firm control of the events that he is the race director of, and there's a reason he gets to direct such big races.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, just like announcers get better at what they do over time, Doug Leonard has improved to the point where I don't think there's anybody better at doing what he does. The tone that he keeps, the way he runs a race off.
You and I better pick up our games then.
Oh, there's someone coming for our jobs, Greg.
Sure.
We just don't know who it is yet.
Here we go, back to the green flag, and Kyle Steckley spins in corner number 4. Stand to the green flag.
Frustrating turn of events for Kyle Steckley as he works down the back straightaway, half a lap behind. Look who is up to the 4th position, Sean Chenoweth in that 89C.
It's about to get interesting, or more than it's already been. A great race so far with Trayton Lapsevich out front over Shane McGinnis. Connor James right in the thick of this. Right on the back bumper is Shane McGinnis, and then you've got Sean Chenoweth, Shea Gemmel, all right there in the top 5. How about Ray Morneau up to 6th now?
Yeah, Morneau with a solid race, just a headstrong race in that 0-3 to run where he's running. Connor James working over the 13 is Shane McGinnis as they come off of turn number 4 down the front straightaway. James thinks twice, comes back in line behind the number 13 as they battle. Sean Chenoweth trying to inch his way closer.
This time by, it's 29 laps left to go. 71 on the board here at Flamboro Speedway. Glad you could join us on G-Force TV. Greg Kelman and Adam Ross here in the Tower Clinton Jeffrey Down trackside as we bring you the last few laps here in this Triple Crown race brought to you by Grisdale Racing Products.
Connor James with a nose inside. Shane McGinnis going to slam the door. James putting on the pressure for that runner-up spot on Shane McGinnis. McGinnis holding strong right now, but losing ground to the race leader.
Lapsevich continuing to stretch the advantage. 1.37 seconds right now is the difference, and the battle for that second spot is where it's at. As you've got the 13 of McGinnis holding it down, but here comes Connor James. He's been aggressive when he's needed to be tonight, and he's run a very smart, solid, strong race in that 3rd spot.
Laps winding down. It'll be 25 laps to go at the stripe this time. James really getting a nice run off of turn number 4.
Trying to find where he can get by. He'll make the move going down into corner 3. Looks low on McGinnis. Off of corner number 4. Good corner there for Connor James. He gets a bit of a run, but just not enough.
He's filling the rear view mirror of Shane McGinnis. He's showing that nose each and every lap. McGinnis has to be getting dizzy trying to watch his mirror and look through his windshield at the same time. Here goes James again to the inside as McGinnis closes the door. James just running his line now. He's got a good run off of turn number 2.
Wow, Shane McGinnis had a handful there. Connor James right up under the deck lid that time. As they work off of corner number 4, the battle for second now has brought Sean Chenoweth and Shea Gemmel into the mix.
And that's the last thing Shane McGinnis wants to see is that 89C anywhere near him for the rest of tonight. But there's still 21 laps to go, so I have a feeling that's exactly what he's about to get.
Trayton Lapsevich all the while saying, go ahead, beat each other up back there. I'll stay way out in front. That advantage now 3.5 seconds for Trayton Lapsevich as 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and now 6th Ray Morneau have all grouped together.
It's just a phenomenal battle for second. I mean, a classic short track battle where Shane McGinnis' car is starting to fade just a little bit, but Connor James hasn't yet found the recipe to get around him, and McGinnis knows every defense in the book.
And Sean Chenoweth sitting there thinking, Connor, let me up there. I'll get him out of the way. And now he does go around. Shane McGinnis down to the infield.
And I think Sean Chenoweth is probably a little disappointed.
He stole his opportunity.
Chenoweth missed his opportunity. Spencer, you're going to have to say this to Clint over the radio. Should Chenoweth finish third, he has to ask him about Shane McGinnis.
So Trayton Lapsovich leads now with 17 laps left to go. His advantage 4.5 seconds over Connor James. Sean Chenoweth up to the third spot. Shea Gemmel runs fourth, and Ray Morneau in the top 5. How about this? Jade Franklin is up to 6th. He almost didn't make it back for that last green flag, and then we got Sean McGlynn around in corner 4.
Sean McGlynn goes around. He had been racing with Dario Capurchio. Jade Franklin has pitted a couple of times. The car's been smoking. It's looked like his night was going to be done.
The last time Jade Franklin went by us to go into the pits, it was a stream of sparks coming out from underneath that car. They went in, changed the tire, made some repairs, and he's come from the back up to the 6th spot. What a run by Jade Franklin in a car that looks well beat up here, but he's done a nice job. And now how about this? Trayton Lapsovich not only going to have to deal with Connor James now on the outside, got Sean Chenoweth restarting on his outside, behind him rather, and then Shea Gemmel on his right rear. So an interesting restart with 16 laps left to go here in this one. Lapsovich leads over James, Chenoweth, Gemmel, and Morneau. That's the top 5. Jade Franklin 6th, Kevin Elber 7th. Jake Gilbert is 8th. 9th is Sean McGlynn, although he'll go tail as he's the spinning car there. So we'll put Dario Capurchio up into the 9th spot. 10th is Shane McGinnis. 11th, Kyle Steckley. 12th, David Gallinger. And 13th now will be Sean McGlynn.
And every spot matters because it's a 3-race points championship. And Grisdale Racing Products, Adam Lockwood, Bill Grisdale, Matt and Ryan Lockwood, Tammy, they put up good money for this series. It's a good paying 3-race series. So let's have a look. We're going to see a replay here on G-Force TV as they give Sean McGlynn a push. And Connor James, lap after lap, had been trying to get position on Shane McGinnis. There was definitely contact. Did Connor James earn that spot, Greg? Like, did he deserve to be there, or did he need to show more patience, in your opinion? Because I've already received messages.
You've received messages. I'd have to see it again. I missed the. Let's have a look here. Oh, he pushed him through 4-2, I guess, right?
So getting him a little bit light. McGinnis had been racing defensively.
Man.
My opinion. Well, give me yours first.
No, I was going to totally fence it on this one.
I think it was fair game. I think Shane McGinnis has to know that Connor James is having good runs, right? Like every straightaway getting closer.
I think it's I hate the term, well, it's racing. But you got one guy playing defense and one guy playing offense, and it just got to the limits.
So as a race car driver, what you can do to affect outcomes is to force a driver to change their style, to take an offensive driver and make him be defensive, or vice versa. And I think that's what we saw there, lap after lap after lap. Once again, folks, with 16 laps to go, we go to Quick Fire Starters. Fire it up. Trouble in turn 2.
So back under the caution flag with 15 laps to go now. disappointing night for Kyle Steckley, who was having a really good night. He was running up inside the top 3. That's one replay I'm going to have to go back and watch it. That was a while ago, but on that restart where he spun off of corner 4, I didn't really see what happened, whether he had help in that or what the situation was. But Kyle's had a really good car tonight and a good run, but unfortunately things have fallen apart here in the last half.
Yeah, a bit of a character-building night for Kyle Steckley, and some nights are tough like that. And if you look through all of these races, there are young lions out here that are fun to watch, Greg, and that's what makes racing fun is young people that find their way through the sport. I mean, I can remember Scott Steckley back in the All-Star late model days. You know, he was really good and really consistent, but you grow into that. You don't start as that. Sean Chenoweth with some nose work dragging there. He's going to turn that one machine into the pits.
Sorry, did you say Chenoweth or McGlynn? I think you said Chenoweth. Because we don't have the timing and scoring, I don't want to scare. I think you said Chenoweth, and I don't want to correct you and be that person, but it was McGlynn. Okay, we are going to see this replay, I think, with Kyle Steckley, what happened to him back on that restart. Did he lose it on his own? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to need you to back that up again, Spencer. It looked to me like there was daylight between Shea Gemmel and himself. That's a fantastic message. Not only do people express what drivers need to cool down, they suggest yoga techniques and things of the like that'll help them do it.
Yeah, looks like there was a gap between he and Shea Gemmel, unless there was contact from the outside, but nonetheless, that took Kyle Steckley out of contention earlier on. From the first time I saw Trayton Lapsevich, I was impressed, but I don't think I've been more impressed than I have been tonight, because he's just been, every restart's just flexing the muscle a little bit more. How good he's been, how much car control he's had. I mean, a big part of that, you've noted how good that car turns is helping him a lot here tonight, but he's not getting pushed around on restarts. Boy, this is a great night for him.
Can I say something really stupid?
Go ahead. It's expected.
Tradition. I don't think Trayton's ever won a late model race, has he?
I don't think so, and that came to my mind, but I thought, should I mention that?
We talk about Trayton and he's a youngster, but now it's been a few years and we've watched him have great races in the Pinty Series.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've seen him win in a pro late model event.
So with 15 to go, it's Trayton Lapsevich out in front. Connor James second, Sean Chenoweth third, fourth Shea Gemmel, and fifth Ray Morneau. Sixth is Kevin Albers, seventh Jade Franklin, eighth Dario Capercio, ninth Jake Gilbert, and 10th right now Shane McGinnis. 11th David Gallinger, 12th Sean McGlynn, 13th Kyle Steckley.
Here we go again, 85 laps complete, 15 laps the distance to get this one finished, and there is still a lot of racing yet to come, folks, in this feature. It is our final feature of the night, but I think we have lots yet to watch.
Wow, that car launched so well off of corner number 4.
There's restarts where the second place car tries to race for the lead, and there's restarts where the second place car just tries to protect what they've got. We've watched Connor James out there trying to protect what he's got. He's done a nice job. And Sean Chenoweth, Sean is a clean race car driver. He will take every inch that he's given. But in this part of his career, and I'd say the last 3 or 4 years, you don't see Sean Chenoweth turn an ugly wheel very often.
And now he's worked his way up into the second spot. What a comeback story This is what we're used to from Sean Chenoweth, not the problems we saw him have in 2020. This is typical Sean Chenoweth, where there's nights where he had the challenge to start at the back or had to go to the back for problems and march his way back, and he's done it here tonight. He's up to second with Shea Gemmel all over his back bumper.
So watch Chenoweth. He won't exactly block, so he doesn't run the very bottom of the straightaway, but he changes his arc out of the corner to run much lower and take a slower trip to the outside wall just to make life challenging for the car behind him. See, he'll still come up to the wall, but he does it slower.
Just to grate on you a little bit.
He has a lot of tricks up his sleeve.
This time by, it'll be 9 laps left to go. 91 complete for Trayton Lapcevich, as he again has stretched his advantage. He's been the class of the field since lap number 1, where we lost some of the big heavy hitters. Still a few of them left in the field, but Trayton Lapcevich has shown that he's been the class here ever since.
Shane McGinnis trying to move his way up through the ranks here. He got around Dario Capurchio, and now he's working on Jake Gilbert in the 0-3. Kyle Stackley a little ways behind them, looking to do the same thing as the field goes around the slower car of Kyle Woods.
And Kyle Woods back on track after spending multiple laps in the pit area. So it's Lapcevich out in front of Chenoweth Gemmel. 6 more circuits around, make it 5.5. Trayton Lapcevich trying to close one out here at Flamboro Speedway.
Lapcevich dominating by more than half a straightaway now. Shea Gemmel putting the pressure on Sean Chenoweth. That is the show to watch. Chenoweth, as smooth as he's been, he's now making the corners many different stages. He gets the car slowed down, and it's choppy, but he's doing it to stay on the bottom of the racetrack and give Shea Gemmel nothing to work with. He is making sure that 89C sticks to the bottom.
This time by, it's 3 laps to go for Trayton Lapcevich. Sean Chenoweth, Shea Gemmel continued to duke it out. And then they've got Connor James behind them in 4th. And how about Kevin Albers has worked his way in the top 5. Jade Franklin's there battling close with Ray Morneau.
I believe they were battling together when Jade Franklin had his mishap down there in turn 4. 2 laps to go, and we now have a 3-car battle for the 2nd spot.
Meanwhile, out in front, off of corners 3 and 4, the white flag out for Trayton Lapcevich, trying to complete a pretty perfect evening.
The battle for 2nd. Sean Chenoweth has to go to the outside of Kyle Woods. He slows up just a little bit, pass him at the right time off of turn number 2. One more time through 3 and 4. Trayton Lapcevich wins round 1 of the Grisdale Triple Crown. Chenoweth 2nd, Gemmel 3rd, Connor James 4th, Kevin Albers finishes 5th on this cool down lap. Spencer, I don't know if you still have time to do this, but pan through the whole field. I want to give a real shout out to some drivers. Kevin Albers in the 27, Ray Morneau in the 0-3, barely a mark on these race cars. For that matter, Shea Gemmel in the number 3. There were drivers who ran this whole race without inflicting damage on their own cars. Even going back through the field, Jake Gilbert in the 0-3, nicely done. Dario Capurchio, there's a few marks on that car, but unscathed, and David Gallinger. So hats off, you can run 100 laps at Flamboro in close quarters and not tear the corners off your race car.
So Trayton Lapcevich picks up the win. Sean Chenoweth 2nd, Shea Gemmel 3rd, Connor James crosses the line in 4th, Kevin Albers in 5th, 6th will go to Ray Morneau, 7th Jade Franklin, 8th is Shane McGinnis, 9th Jake Gilbert, and Dario Capurchio in the 10th spots. Finishing 11th, David Gallinger, 12th, Kyle Steckley, 13th, Sean McGlynn, 14th, Jake Sheridan, 15th, Kyle Wood, 16th, Rick Verburn, 17th is the 17 of Josh Stoddy, 18th, J.R. Fitzpatrick, 19th, Matt Box, and James Horner finishes in 20th. So looks like Dave Franks is going to have to push Trayton Lapcevich to victory lane. Over there in corner number 3. And a big win for the driver of the RenaMotoGroup.com APC Auto Parts Center's car number 32, Trayton Lapcevich, picking up the win here tonight at Flamboro Speedway. Glad you could join us here on G-Force TV. Greg Kellnan, Adam Ross, Clinton Jeffrey here bringing you the action. We'll be at it again next Saturday night, June the 26th, at Southern Ontario Motor Speedway down near Chatham on the dirt to see that newly reconfigured dirt track near Chatham, Ontario. Make sure you tune in at gforcetv.net, also on Facebook, as Trayton Lapsovich will find his way to Flamboro Speedway Victory Lane here in just a moment, and he'll meet up with our very own Clinton Jeffrey down there to celebrate this win in the first round of the Grisdale Racing Products Triple Crown. Let's send it down to Victory Lane. Clinton Jeffrey will talk with a very excited, I'm sure, Trayton Lapsovich.
Well, Trayton Lapsovich pulls this brand new 32 machine here into Victory Lane, and he had the field covered tonight. Dominant performance by the 32 of Trayton Lapsovich here. Good run for Sean Chenoweth and Shea Gemmel as well. We'll get words with them in a second after we get young Trayton here out of the car. Good way to start his 2021 racing season here in the Pro Late Models. We'll let him get the Hans device off, get the helmet up, and we'll get him out of the car. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. How about it for Trayton Lapsovich? Trayton, let's talk about your night, man. A very dominant performance. You had some of the best in the province here tonight. You had them covered. You got to feel really good about how this 32 is running.
Oh, yeah, just such a great car. Big thanks to my guys in WMI Motorsports for just providing me with a great car. You know, I was a little dejected with the 10 invert at the start of the night there, but we made solid moves on the top early, and it just played out in our favor at the end. We were able to just super fast car.
Let's talk about this WMI machine for you. Has it been a bit of an adjustment, or is it just rocket out of the box?
Right out of the box, we were quick. Since then, it's just been adjusting on it, tuning on it, making it a little better, and we definitely got it where we want it. And so this is definitely good momentum going into the APC race in 2 weeks, and we'll adjust on it and make it even better.
Hopefully we see you in Victory Lane there in a couple weeks on July 2nd.
Thank you. Oh, and just a big shout out to RGC Sports, Ace Services, APC, JSL Electric, ReaperSpeedLab.com. Just a big shout out to all my supporters for allowing me to do what I love.
Well, the family's here ready to celebrate. Go enjoy it, Trayton.
Thank you.
He gets it done here tonight, folks. We'll move over here and talk to Sean Chenoweth. Sean, this car looks pretty good for what it's been through tonight. You were up and down like a toilet seat all night long. They were trying to beat the doors off this thing and the bumper. Talk about that last 10 laps with Shea Gemmel. You guys were laughing when you got out of the car. I thought we might seen a little bit more heated, but you guys are just having a good time out there?
We had a good run at the start there, and that guy in the 13 car is kind of an idiot, and he's going to get his someday. And then at the end there, my car was just super tight in the center, but I had a great drive off, and I said to Shea when I got off, I said, thanks, buddy, that was a gift, because short track racing, he should have probably bumped me and moved me and got on his way, but he had lots of patience for me tonight, and surely down the road in the future, that's going to pay off for him. Sometime I'm behind him to repay that favor.
Long season ahead coming up. We're going to see you full-time out on the APC Tour as well.
No. I don't really know what our plans are from here. We're going to wait and see what Flamboro releases for a schedule. I think we're just going to hit the spot starts we want, and then we're going to run for a modified championship this year.
Well, I was telling the youngster, watch the 89. He's at the back. Won't be for long. Chenoweth, one of the best here. Good job, Sean.
Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate you coming out.
Sean Chenoweth gets it done. We'll get over here and talk to Shea Gemmel. Shea, we were talking to Sean there. You guys were having a pretty spirited battle, but like we said, it's a long season, and you don't want to make any enemies earlier. You might have taken a harder shot at Sean, but you guys still race like gentlemen at the end. You can laugh about it afterwards.
Yeah, we had a really bad start off the race on lap 1. Got the front smashed in, the back all smashed in. After that, you're just trying to chase yourself because your car's not 100%. We were working our way through the field there, and sometimes you just get into a line and a rhythm. You just want to stay. Yeah, Sean. Yeah, like you said, he was tight through the center, and I was rolling really good, and he just was running just that line that, I don't know, we were like 15 to go, I think. I was happy with the third after coming back through the field and the night we had. But it's short track racing. We've been racing together for a very long time, and once you get to that stage, you kind of give more respect for some people and expect it in return, right? So, but we'll take this third place finish, this North Country Property Maintenance, APC, Standard Axle, Cal City Garden Center, all family friends. we'll go to Delaware in 2 weeks for the APC Series.
All right, we'll see you July 2nd live here on GeForce TV. Well, guys, that'll wrap things up from trackside here. Shea Gemmel will be third, Chenoweth second, and your winner tonight, Trayton Lapstitch. Good night of racing, guys. Great kickoff to the 2021 season here on GeForce. Don't forget, we're back next Saturday, June 26th from Southern Ontario Motor Speedway on the dirt with the Knights of Thunder sprint cars powered by Pinty's. We're looking forward to that. Adam and Greg, great to be back at the track. Take us home, boys.
Did you hear that? Shea Gemmel even, he described perfectly what you were talking about with Sean Chenoweth and how he was running that line, and Shea just said, you know what, I'm happy with third. Once again, you're right, Adam Ross.
Oh, my God, that must have hurt. That had to hurt to say that. You know, what a great way to shake the rust off. I love coming to Flamboro Speedway. I feel badly. Some of the cars got a lot of damage. In fact, the one that my son drives might have got some of the worst damage of the night. But you know what? That's racing, and it's great to be here, and it's great to experience it. Can't wait to have people out in the grandstands, folks. It's going to happen soon.
Hard to believe we had the rain showers today, 5 divisions of racing, and we're done in less than 4 hours. Great show, as always, put on here by the staff of Flamboro Speedway. I want to thank them for their support and having us here, and we'll be back a little bit later on in the season here at Flamboro Speedway. So that will wrap things up from the Grisdale Triple Crown round number 1 and the season opener from Flamboro Speedway. On behalf of all of our camera crew, all our tech crew, and of course Clinton Jeffrey down trackside, and my co-announcer Adam Ross. My name's Greg Kellman saying so long. We'll see you next week right here on GeForce TV.